I don't know exactly why it is, but it seems that people are much more likely to order delivery pizza when it's stormy outside. Snowstorms, thunderstorms, it doesn't really matter. I often joke that they make bets to see if the delivery drivers have a wreck or something in the bad weather. By far the weirdest delivery I ever had to make, though, happened during one of the nastiest thunderstorms I'd ever experienced. It was completely dark outside, except for when the white lightning lit up the entire sky. The outside winds had to be a good 40 miles per hour. At one point, I got an order for a pizza to be delivered to an address I had never been to before. I even remember the exact order to this day: 2 large half pepperoni, half mushrooms with black olives. When I walked out to my car with the box, the wind almost decided to take the pizza and deliver it for me. It was an extremely difficult drive. With the rain and the wind, the wipers were on full speed, and I still had nearly zero visibility. It took all my focus to keep driving straight. To make matters worse though, when I finally arrived at the address of the house was completely dark. Now, this story happened in the 80s, before everyone paid for their pizza online. I quickly expected it to be a prank. You know, call the pizza delivery driver to go out in nasty weather to a random address. As I pulled into the driveway, though, I noticed someone was out on the porch in the darkness, rocking back and forth in a rocking chair. I found this quite odd. I left my car lights on and stepped out of the car. I suppose the lights were a bad idea, really. I ran up onto the porch to get out of the rain. It was only as I was wiping the rain out of my eyes that I realized this was not a real person sitting in this rocking chair. It was like a Halloween dummy or some sort of crypt keeper looking character. That was only rocking because of the fierce winds. There was a sign tied to it that said to bring the pizza around back. I wasn't about to do that though. Instead, I walked over to the door and knocked on it. There was no answer, so I knocked again, louder this time. Still no answer. I was about to knock for a third and final time when out of the corner of my eye, I saw someone peek around the corner of the house. Come on, bring the pizza around back. They disappeared out of sight once again, behind the side of the house. There were no lights at all, other than from my car. I honestly stood there with a dumb look on my face before deciding what to do. Just as I was about to make a decision though, I saw a hand wrap around and tap on the side of the house. Looking back, they beckoned me to them. This was way too weird. It was like something right out of a horror film. I took the pizza and hurried back to my car. I slammed the door. Right when I began to pull out, 4 huge guys rushed out from the side of the house. "Hey, he's leaving!" one of them yelled. They came rushing towards the car. I was already in though, and this was not a horror movie, so I was able to start the car and pull away from them quite easily. I heard a crashing sound as I was leaving though. Something hit my back window and shattered it in. I put the pedal to the metal and got out of there as fast as I could. My initial thoughts had been that this was a prank. However, I thought differently when they broke my back window. I reported the event to the police. Apparently, an old senior couple was supposed to live in that house, but they were currently on vacation. The house had not been broken into either. I'll never really know what those guys were up to for sure, and maybe it's better that way. I know a lot of people have a neighbor or at least someone who lives in their neighborhood that's quite a bit weird. When I was growing up, there was this one guy who lived down the block that just always gave me the creeps. The kids all had their stories about him. Also, as an adult, I'd like to think that the stories weren't true, but some of the strange things I'd seen this man do made it hard for me to believe they were fake either. Just to give you a few examples, several times I'd see him flying a kite in the middle of the night, just running up and down the middle of the street at midnight, trying to get his kite up in the air with no wind. It always seemed so odd to me. He'd also just watch people. I know some people like to sit on their porches and watch as people go by, but this guy took it a big step further. If you happened to be walking by the sidewalk in front of his house, his eyes and head would follow you. Then, once you passed by, he'd get up off the porch, walk down to the sidewalk, and follow you all the way until you turned onto another street. Then he'd stay at that street corner, watching you walk away. He'd never follow you after that first turn, though. It was just extremely strange. My weirdest experience with him happened when I was 16 years old. I had been staying over at my friend Chuck's house, playing video games. We'd of course lost track of time. It was about midnight or so when I saw a streak of lightning light up the sky. Of course, it was followed by the loud bang of thunder. I realized I was going to have to try and get home before the rain started pouring down. My parents had long since gone to bed. My friend's parents weren't exactly too keen on others spending the night there either. It wasn't too long after I'd set out on my way that it began raining too. It was light at first, just enough to make me worry. But then it began raining harder and harder. I decided that if I continued like this, I was going to get soaked and maybe even end up sick at the end of the day. I might as well try to not let it bother me though. It's not like I could turn around and go back. Of course, on the way there, I walked by that strange old man's house like usual. To my surprise, he was actually sitting on the porch, even though it was so late and pouring like hell. Like usual, he never took his eyes off me while I walked by, but he did surprise me when he jumped off his porch without an umbrella or anything and began following me through the pouring rain. I was already on edge about the storm, and this was just making it so much worse. I tried to ignore his presence behind me and figured that once I turned the street, he would stop following me like always. The anxiety caused by the loud and booming lightning, though, really didn't lend itself to me feeling relaxed at all. I turned down my street, and after going a little ways down, I snuck a peek back over my shoulder. I was extremely surprised to see that the man was still following me down my own street. From there, I started running, and I didn't look back again. I just wanted to get to my house and out of the rain and away from this strange man. The problem with running in the rain, however, is of course that the ground is very slippery. I tried to cut through my yard, but I slipped on some mud and went crashing head first into the ground. I groaned for a moment, and that groan quickly became a cry when I felt the hands of the man grab me from behind. He flipped me over onto my back and began punching me in the face hard. "Stay the hell off my street!" He began screaming over and over into my face. He had these long, ragged fingernails, and they were scratching deep gashes into my face as he hit me. I didn't know what else to do other than scream for help. I don't know if it was my screams or the cracks of thunder that woke my father up, but he rushed out of the house, saw what was going on, and ran to grab the guy off me. The man kept screaming that I was on his street and to keep me off his damn street. The police arrested the guy, and I had to go to the emergency room. The man was found mentally unfit to stand trial and was committed to a psychiatric hospital. I never saw him again after, at least not for real, but every time a thunderstorm passed through my area, I could see his face in my mind. I was listening to some scary stories about drives down country roads, and I decided to share mine as well. One thing I've noticed in these stories, which has tended to be true of my own experiences driving down these roads, is that often they are very narrow, and sometimes you have to drive an extremely long way before you're able to find anywhere to turn around. Some rural roads I've been on have gone on for miles without coming to a driveway or any other turning point. I doubt that people who've not experienced driving on these roads would likely even believe that they exist. However, I've lived in areas where the dirt roads wind almost endlessly up into the hills. I had my own scary experience when I was just 13 years old. Yeah, I know what you're thinking right now. Why would a 13-year-old be driving a car in the first place? But where I grew up, that wasn't unusual. This was in the early 1970s. I'll tell you that my mom learned to drive when she was just 11. You weren't exactly going to come across police in waiting on these types of roads. So why did the driver's license even really matter, especially when there weren't going to be other people around on the road usually anyway? The police and everyone basically knew around here, but they weren't too likely to give you a ticket. Everyone was driving before they were old enough. When you turned off the main road onto the dirt road that led to my house, there was a really small convenience store there. My dad often sent me off to get some beer for him. Yeah, the store owner was also my aunt, and she knew I was getting it for my dad, so she always gave me the beer. I picked up the beer pretty quickly. I think my dad was probably pretty drunk as it was though. I thought I'd take the car and go driving a little while myself, so I drove out onto the main road for a while. Then I turned off onto a country road I'd never been on before. It was pretty fun for me to do this, find new places and explore areas I'd never been to. I thought the country road I lived on was small, but this one was barely large enough to fit the car on the road. The woods were really thick all around, and the further I went down this road, the more and more the road seemed to narrow. It seemed like the trees were almost converging onto the road, and more than once near the ending, a branch from a tree scraped against the window of my car as I drove along. This was extremely frustrating. I had to drive very slowly because of all the twists and turns in it. What the hell was I even supposed to do if another car came down the road? There was barely enough room to fit on the road, let alone room to turn. I had this horrible thought as well, that perhaps this road didn't lead anywhere at all. What would I do if it dead-ended? What if it used to lead to somewhere, but the forest had long since overgrown it? Worst of all, what if it led to somewhere that someone didn't want me to be? My dad had always told me that deep out in these hills, there were people you never wanted to meet up with. I didn't come across any other cars, but I did eventually come to a driveway. The problem, however, was that this driveway was gated off. I didn't see a house anywhere around either. I guess this could have just been a side road that led off to somewhere out on the hill, but it was either continue driving down the road I was already on, or find some way to use this driveway/side road to turn around. I nervously got out of the car. The gate was not locked, but it did have a bolt in it. I undid the bolt and opened the gate up. I kept looking around me, trying to see if anyone else was around. If they discovered what I was doing, who knows what would happen. I was getting into my car and turned around. I got my car out of the gate. I guess I should have just gone straight home, but I felt that I should at least go out and close it behind me. My car was now facing the opposite direction, so the only light I had to see by was my tail lights. I still felt obligated to shut it though. I got out and went over to close this gate. When I wrapped my hand around the bars though, I heard the unmistakable sound of a shotgun cocking. I had fired enough of them to know what that sounded like. I looked up, and by the meager red light of my taillights, I noticed someone standing not too far away. The red light made them look extremely intimidating, and they were definitely holding a gun. I watched them lower the gun and point it right at me. A lot of people instantly freeze when a gun is pointed at them. I didn't though. I let go of the gate and ran back to the car. No sooner than I'd slammed the door closed, did I hear a shotgun blast ring out. Miraculously, it didn't hit me though. I took off as fast as I could down the narrow and dark road. The ride back home was terrifying, even scarier than it had been on the way there. I didn't calm down till I was back on the paved road and headed back to my own home. I told my dad what happened honestly. He was more upset it took me so long to get him his beer though. I grew up out in the country. My family was from a really low-income area, and most of us were on welfare. We had food stamps too. Even when I was young, so many of my relatives were always not working. It really wasn't until I was much older, but I realized it was normal for people to actually have a job. The world's a much different place now. I started chewing tobacco and even drinking beer around the age of 14. It didn't seem that weird to me, because everyone else was doing it too. I also started hanging out at my friends' houses and doing the same there. A lot of times I hung out at my friend Brandon's house. He lived out on the same ridge as I did. My mom had given me a ride to his place on this particular night, but it wasn't unusual for me to walk back and forth. It was easily a 5-mile walk through the hills, along a gravel road. I'd walked it both in the day and in the night. This happened on a night where me and my buddies were all hanging out at Brandon's house in his basement, drinking beer and playing video games. Of course, back then it was the Atari 2600. I actually ended up getting pretty damn drunk that night, and that was my downfall. Actually, normally I would get drunk, pass out, and then go home the next day. But on this night, me and Brandon got into a stupid drunken fight. I got angry at him and stormed out of his house at 2 a.m. Being drunk, I stayed angry for quite a while as well. By the time I'd finally begun to get over it though, I was too embarrassed to just go back to his house. I decided the best thing to do was continue walking home. It was a pretty hot summer night. Thank God the wind was blowing really hard. It probably kept me from working up too much of sweat and overheating that night. It might have been the alcohol or something, but I was getting a bit nervous for some reason as I was walking home. It was a really creepy night, like something from a movie. The sky was overcast, but there was a full moon, and the clouds were moving fast. They'd cover and uncover the moon quickly. Most houses on the ridge were set on the hills. They were all dark when I came by them. There were also some older abandoned small buildings closer to the road. If you've ever driven down an old country road, you've probably seen a rather degraded small building. I was approaching one of them. It was a few yards off the road, a building I'd seen and passed by many times without incident. Only this time there was something different. There was a light on inside it. I had just seen the light on in the house, and it made me extremely apprehensive as I was walking down the road. If someone was inside doing something in that house, they were close enough by the road to see me walking by. It was near 3 a.m. by that time. I couldn't imagine what they were doing in this abandoned building in the middle of the country. I couldn't imagine it was anything good either. I tried to walk further to the far side of the road and did my best to hide away in the darkness, walking quietly past the building. I really didn't want to get the attention of the person in that shack. I was quite curious about what may have been going on inside though. As the shack got closer and closer, I still couldn't make out anyone inside the building from where I was. I'd actually walked off the side of the road now, into the grass to slightly conceal myself. I kept on glancing passing by. I saw movement in the building. I was about to get a closer look when I heard the most horrifying and blood-curdling scream I'd ever heard in my entire life. It nearly knocked me off my feet in surprise. Then I saw two of the biggest, scariest-looking country boys I'd ever seen. They passed by the window, and I thought I saw one of them look out at me. I wasn't sure if he'd actually seen me though. I just ran and took off down the street. I had never been so scared in my life. I couldn't look back because I knew if I did, I would see those guys running right after me. I just kept running until my sides began cramping. I kept running until my feet hurt, and I still kept running. I ran until I made it home and immediately threw up in the yard. I don't know what I witnessed that night. I don't want to know. I never walked past that building again at night. I did walk past it during the day. Several times I wanted to go inside and see if anything was still in there, but I never did. I was too scared and horrified of what I might find. There was this old hiking trail way out in the woods off a ridge that my aunt and uncle lived on. It wasn't even like an official trail or anything like that. It's just that ever since anyone could remember, there was always a walkway through the woods that grass never grew over for whatever reason. We live in one of the most rural areas in the country, so we were always careful not to travel too far, out of fear of getting lost, of course. I bring that up because I'm not sure why we hadn't realized before that we always just stayed on the trail. If we just followed along it, it would be pretty impossible for us to get lost at all. When I brought that up to my cousin, it was like he had this monumental facepalm realization moment. We made a plan to take a few days and try and see just how far this old trail actually went, maybe map out the area a bit. We grabbed some supplies to hold us over, because we expected to camp out for at least one night. If it didn't take us more than one night, we'd probably just camp out anyway. We set out pretty early in the morning. My cousin Jim and I were the ones going along. As I mentioned, it was a long trail. We had been decently far out on it. I think it was probably around 4 or 5 o'clock when we passed the furthest point we'd ever been before. The trail just kind of went on, and by the time it was dark, we knew we'd have to set up camp for at least one night. We put up our tent, and it was really pretty fun. Our sense of adventure was really peaked now. We stayed up late at night talking, and wondering what we would come across the next day. When we woke up the next morning, my cousin told me he hadn't slept very great the night before. I asked him why, and he told me he thought he'd heard someone walking around our campsite. I reminded him that we were way out in the woods, and there were lots of animals around anyway. Best not to let his imagination run away. With this said, he seemed to relax a bit. As we got up for the day at around noon or so, we noticed something really strange up ahead of us, yet off the trail a slight ways. As we got closer, we realized it was one of those small silver Airstream trailers. It was really old, and we assumed it was abandoned. We went up to it. I wanted to take a closer look and maybe go inside. Jim didn't want to have anything to do with this. He kept telling me that I didn't live in the country and didn't know there were still people who lived way out in the hills like this. I didn't care though. I was positive it was abandoned. I told him I would knock on the door first at least. I knocked on the door and waited. No answer. I knocked again and again. Still no answer. I grabbed for the door latch with Jim protesting the entire time. I pulled up the latch and was immediately hit with a nasty smell. I stepped up into the extremely hot trailer. It was a tiny one-room affair. Against one wall was a makeshift kitchen and a counter. The near wall had a bench on it where there was a tiny bed. At the far end was a tiny door. I guess that must be to a toilet or something. There were filthy clothes everywhere. There were nasty dishes in the sink and the counter as well. I didn't figure the smell was coming from the clothes or the dishes though. I thought it was coming from the toilet area. I guess that made sense why that would smell. I knew I shouldn't open the door, but my curiosity drew me towards it. I slowly approached it with my heart pounding in my chest. I didn't expect to find anything, but the unknown is so frightening. I heard a noise behind me and turned to see Jim step into the trailer. He was put off by the smell as well, but admitted his curiosity had gotten the better of him. I turned back to the door and slowly pulled the latch. Yeah, there was a small toilet inside, but that wasn't what was causing the smell. Instead, there was a decaying corpse in the bathroom. I almost felt like vomiting. I slammed the door shut, leaning against the wall for a moment. I heard Jim frantically calling my name around me. I turned around and saw him holding his Swiss Army knife. "That's my knife," Jim said. I asked him where he'd found it. It was laying on the counter apparently. He showed it to me and showed me the engraving on it as well, so we knew this had to be his. We put 2 and 2 together and realized somebody must have stolen it from his pack last night. Whoever that person was had brought it back to this trailer. And whoever lived in this trailer apparently lived with a corpse in his bathroom. We hurried and got out of there as quick as possible. We hustled. We didn't set up camp that night. Instead, we kept going the entire way. We were half dead when we got back to the house the following morning, but after that experience, we knew there was no way we would have gotten any sleep anyway. When I was about 13, my family moved to a different state. We were one of those families that moved around a lot. We didn't even stay at this place very long, a year at the most. I really liked this house though. There was a brick ranch on top of the hill. The yard itself was huge, maybe a whole acre or so. It had an old shed, an old doghouse, and some fruit trees as well as a garden, and we really liked it. The yard was fenced in with barbed wire, and there were miles and miles of forest surrounding it. I'll admit right off the bat that I'm more of an indoors sort of guy. But we didn't have cable, and this was before the days of internet. TV reception was very poor as well, so I took to exploring the woods surrounding the area. I used to find all sorts of things, depending on which direction I went in. There were old abandoned barns, other structures, huge fields even. It was all depending on how far I was willing to hike. Several times I'd gotten shocked by electric fences. I had to wonder why they were so far out in the woods like that. A couple of months out from arriving there, I was out exploring when I came across an old trail. It was a little bit but not completely overgrown, so I decided to follow along it and see what I came across. After a short time, I noticed I was coming upon a clearing. As I got closer to it, I was a bit startled to notice it seemed to be a small cemetery of some sort. It was overgrown with moss, vines, grass, and leaves, but it was definitely a cemetery. And there were about 20 grave markers. None of them were neat gravestones like you'd see in a regular graveyard. Instead, there were stick crosses and stones with what looked like writing on them. I guess this is the sort of thing I should have found frightening, but I've always liked scary stuff. I was very fascinated by what I'd found. A few of the rocks had writing on them, but they were quite difficult to read. The first few words were always blurry, but eventually I was able to make out a name on one of them, Annette something. I thought it must have been like a cat name or something. The graves were far too small to be for people. I figured I had stumbled upon a pet cemetery. When I got to the third stone I could read though, my heart froze in my chest. It was the first one that I could make out all the words. Right then, I realized what this cemetery actually was. It read, "Future grave of Kimberly, killed in her sleep." I was able to read a couple more of them. On each one of them, it seemed to be a future grave of someone, and listed the way that they would be killed. It was the strangest thing I'd ever seen in my entire life. Of course, I was freaked out, but I didn't want to leave right away either. I read a few more, then decided to get the hell out of there. It was a few months later on TV. It gives me chills to this very day. A man whose name I will not give out was denied parole. He had been arrested for the murders of 2 women. Their names were Kimberly and Antoinette. I immediately remembered that graveyard. I wondered if this was the same guy who'd made that graveyard. I wondered if he hadn't been caught. How many more people had he been planning on killing? There were about 20 graves there already, and who knows if he would have ever stopped if he arrived at that number. I've only had one really scary thing ever happen to me, but it sure was a doozy. It happened when I was doing some off-trail hiking. One of my hobbies is exploring abandoned buildings, abandoned mines, and things like that. There was an old abandoned mine I had heard about. I had been wanting to check it out for a while. I delayed it though because it was going to be quite the long hike to get there. I finally got some time to do so, and decided to go and check it out. It was a late 19th century mine, so I had always been worried about it collapsing or something. Mostly, I was worried it would be difficult to find. I was able to get a map from another explorer online though, who said he had already been there. There was a trail I had to follow for quite a while, but the quickest way to get to my destination was to go off that trail. In fact, the map I had received told me to go off at a certain point. I was pretty fortunate not to get lost. At one point though, I heard some noises and saw some movement off in the distance as well. I got quiet, hoping to see a deer or something. However, what I saw instead was a man who was walking towards the trail. He was a pretty big man too, like a biker, wearing denim with multiple patches on it. He had to be about 6'6". I don't even want to take a guess on his weight. Normally when hiking, if I see another hiker, I'll make contact with them to be friendly, but there was something about this guy that really freaked me out. He seemed to be very out of place here. Instead, I crouched down and waited until he was already gone. I went on my way, and it was probably a good 2 more hours before I made it to the mine. I was very excited. Outside the mine entrance, there was a crumbling old building. It was gray and made of rotted wood. I was very curious about it, but I decided to check out the mine before I did that. The mine itself was pretty fascinating, but only if you're really into that sort of thing. I spent some time exploring it, then set off to go back. On the way out, I remembered I had wanted to check out that building outside. I was a bit concerned too, because it looked like it could crumble apart at any moment. If I decided it was too unstable, I could just take a simple look inside, then leave immediately. I opened the door and almost immediately fell over in shock. There was a teenage girl in the shack. She was cuffed to an old stove and gagged as well. I was way too freaked out at first to know what to do, but then I realized I had to go ungag her immediately. She started panicking, telling me she'd been abducted nearly a week ago. It had happened as she was leaving a biker bar. Honestly, I didn't stop to think that it was weird a teenager would be in a biker bar to begin with. Anyhow, the guy knocked her out and brought her to this old building. She begged me to help her get free, and of course I did so. I searched through my belongings and found something to pick her handcuffs. They were single lock cuffs, so I was able to free her after some considerable effort. Of course, she was still panicked and did her best to run out of the building right away. I was able to calm her down a bit, enough to ask her when the guy who kidnapped her was last there. She said it had been about 5 hours earlier. She then described the man to me, and I realized it was that same big guy I'd seen earlier. I told her he seemed to be sticking to the trail, and I knew a different way to get out of the area off trail. I knew she had gone through a horrible experience, and was terrified that she would have to be as quiet as possible. She told me she understood, but as we left, I had to keep slowing her down, telling her it was essential we remain as quiet as possible. I kept worrying that when we got back to the place where I went off trail, we would run into the guy right there. I kept a firm lookout for the man, hoping to see him passing us towards the mine, so we knew we'd have more time to get away. I didn't see him anywhere at all though. We were moving for about an hour before we got back to my car. When we did, there was already a pickup truck parked right next to it. A lady, whose name I won't reveal, told me it was that man's truck. I had to assume the guy was either around, or he'd gone back to the shack and we'd just missed him. I hurried her into my car and drove her right to the police station. The biker guy was arrested soon after. It turns out he'd grabbed her in order to blackmail her dad to get some money from him. I don't know how that all turned out in the end, but I do know the guy went to jail, and the girl returned home safely in the end. I heard it one night, and it quite startled me. I was laying in bed just reading a book. I began drifting off slightly when I started to hear a strange knocking on the floor. Needless to say, I was a bit surprised. I tried to calm myself down a bit, We lived in a really old house, so it wasn't unusual to hear all sorts of noises in the night. I went back to reading my book. Just a few minutes later, though, I heard more knocking on the floor. This time, I noticed something that really scared me, though. It was a rhythmic sound. That worried me, because it made me believe the knocking noise was being made by a person. I was extremely scared and was also 16 years old at the time. I was the only person in the home who had a bedroom on the bottom floor. I wasn't going to go into the basement and check it out by myself. However, I also wasn't willing to go and get my parents up either. Instead, I sort of just curled up in my bed in fear and slapped some earplugs in my ears. I read a little bit more, and until I went to bed, I convinced myself that it was all in my imagination. The following day, I told my parents I thought there might be a ghost or something in the house. They sort of made fun of me a little bit, and when I explained what I had heard, the response was immediately dismissive. They told me the noise I was hearing was likely just the house settling, and that if it bothered me so much, I should just put my earplugs in and ignore it completely. The following night, it happened again though. Again, I heard some knocking on the floor of my bedroom, and again the knocking was rhythmic. I put my earplugs in my ears like I was told to, but that didn't really solve the problem at all. Yeah, it did cut out the noise, but just getting rid of the symptoms doesn't cure the disease. I no longer heard the knocking, but that didn't mean it wasn't there. My parents were probably right. The knocking was likely just the house settling, but it still bugged me. I didn't mention that it happened again to my parents the next day. I really wanted to, but they were both very matter-of-fact people, and I knew what their response would be right away. Instead, I kept it all to myself. The following night, I was staying up reading a book again. This time when it happened though, I decided to go check out the basement myself. Yeah, stupid, I know, but I really had to go down there and see what was tormenting me so much. I got up and went over to the basement door. I stood in front of it for a few moments, then opened it. The light to our basement was at the bottom of the stairs. I began quietly walking down them like any scared child or teenager would do. I felt really stupid as I took my time walking down the stairs. Each step I took going down, I thought about changing my mind and running back up and shutting the door. I didn't though in the end. Our house was really nice but much older, which is why the house settling argument made sense in my head. The reason I tell you about this now, however, is because as I was walking down those steps, each and every one made a really large creak. It made me nervous, thinking about whatever might be in the basement, becoming aware that someone was coming down the stairs. That would just make it so much more likely that I was going to get grabbed or something. When I got about halfway down the steps, I heard the knocking sound start up once again. It startled me, and I actually tripped over my own feet. I fell down the remaining stairs and hit with a really hard bump. Then I heard something drop, and I knew someone was definitely down in the basement. All of a sudden, something hit me in the back of the head and knocked me silly. It didn't completely knock me out though. I heard someone running across the room. I could see their form in the meter light coming from the basement door. He flung open the door to the outside, sprinted out, and that was the last thing I remembered. My dad rushed down the steps and turned on the lights soon after. We called the cops, but nothing came of it. I never heard the knocking again either. I guess that means the guy never came back, but I had no idea what he was doing down there in the basement for so long anyway. Back in 2018, I ended up flying over to Greece for a week-long solo vacation. There were a few hotels I'd had my eye on while planning the trip, but then, for the same price, I found I could get an entire apartment on Airbnb. Some of the stuff they had available for rent was absolutely amazing too. For the price of an entire ensuite hotel room, I could get an apartment that looked like something a legitimate millionaire might choose to stay in during a visit to the French Riviera or something. Greece doesn't exactly have the strongest economy, so it kind of made sense it would be going for so cheap. Even so though, compared to the other listings, there was certainly no other way to describe it other than suspiciously affordable. Like any other sane person might have done, I immediately went and checked all the reviews to make sure. Even with all the 5-star reviews and glowing praise of the apartment's owner, I still thought the whole thing was just way too good to be true. Then again though, there were only 2 windows where the place was not fully booked. So not only did that show that the other people were genuinely interested in the place, but it also meant it was a first-come, first-served sort of deal, so to speak. I could book the place, check it out, then if it turned out to be some well-distinguished nightmare, I could maybe just find myself a hotel chain with a simpler but more reliable kind of room. The flight over to Greece was the first long flight I'd been on, and the whole process just completely exhausted me. It's weird that just sitting on a plane for 10 hours can do that to a person. I guess it was mainly the stress that took it out of me. Worrying that I'd lost my passport to e-ticket, constantly worrying I'd left something crucial back at home, all irrational first-time flyer stuff, I know. But after the relief of landing without a hitch and making it to the Airbnb okay, I felt like I could sleep for days on end. Even the elation of seeing the apartment didn't keep me up for long either, and my God, was I surely elated. It was everything I could possibly have imagined. A magnificent mosaic of black and white tiles and wrought iron spiral staircases. Hell, they could have charged double the asking price and people still would have paid to stay in a place like that. The question remained though, why exactly did it have such a low rate? I know, it was a huge question, one that any right-minded person would have still been asking themselves. I guess the place's beauty and my exhaustion made for a perfect cocktail to wipe my brain of thought though. I told myself I could always properly survey the place the next morning, after a good night's sleep. I remember waking up just before dawn though, to the sound of something scraping really close right next to me. I mean, maybe scraping isn't the right word. I ended up leaning over to the bedside table, switching on the light and seeing what was definitely a cockroach running for the darkness below the bed. I hate bugs, and cockroaches have to be at the top of the list for me. Suddenly, I understood why the pricing was so low. The entire building had an infestation they just couldn't get rid of. Maybe they couldn't afford to have the place bug-bombed or whatever. They were hoping for a few quick bucks from the Airbnb so they could afford it. That little theory of mine made much more sense when the owners refused me any kind of refund, giving me some bullcrap about how Greece has lots of bugs in the summer. Apparently, other guests didn't have a problem with it, so these guys knew what they were doing, acting as though a roach infestation was like having a few houseflies. If it wasn't already clear, there was no way in hell I was about to spend another night in that place that had roaches crawling all over during the night. Luckily, I hadn't actually unpacked yet. I was able to just grab my stuff, jump in the rental, and drive down through town towards the harbor front, where I knew that there were a bunch of hotels awaiting me. As I was driving, though, I started to feel like there was something wrong with my left ear. It kind of felt cold on the inside. I started thinking maybe I had some kind of ear infection, that the exhaustion and stress of flying had messed with my immune system. As I was driving on my way to book a new hotel room and start an epic email battle to get a refund though, it wasn't like I was in much a position to do anything about it. Thing is, too, it was like 5 or 6 in the morning at that point, so it's not like any local clinics were open yet for me to get a once-over. When the weird feeling in my ear started getting even worse, I decided to pull over near the harbor front and stick a cotton swab in my ear to see if there was any blood or pus or anything. Apologies to those who find that a little gross, but if you did, stop reading now, because things are about to get way worse. I pulled over, fished around for a little Tupperware box of bathroom-related stuff, and pulled out a cotton swab. I gently pushed one end into my ear. Then, as I did, I felt something actually moving inside. At the time, I couldn't tell if it was because I'd pushed a clump of earwax or something further up my ear canal, but when I pulled the swab out again, I saw these two real thin, dark brown things stuck to the tip. I remember looking at them and thinking, what the hell are these? Suddenly, the thought hit me like a brick wall. I kind of wiggled my head again and felt the same weird movement in my ear. That's when I realized something that was like a worst nightmare come to life. There had been roaches near my bed when I woke up, and something was moving around in my ear. Those two little things on the cotton swab were roach legs. There were roaches inside my ear canal. I was in complete denial for a minute or two, trying to talk myself into it being anything else. When I actually accepted what was happening, I started to hyperventilate. It took me a while to calm down, but when I did, the next move was to grab a pair of tweezers I had with me. I carefully inserted them into my ear and tried to coax the roach out all on my own. I can barely describe the horrifying feeling, working the tweezers in and touching the roach, only feeling it scuttle further into my ear canal. It was like it was trying to burrow into my brain. I know that's not exactly how ears and brains work, and they're not remotely connected in such a close way, but in my groggy, terrified state, it felt like it was trying to bite through my eardrum. The more I tried, the more it crawled in further. I realized if I was actually going to get these things out of my ear, I'd have to go to the actual hospital. That's how I ended up driving over to Post-Racist University Hospital, and throughout the whole of that drive, I was acutely aware of the thing now trying to burrow its way further in. At this point, I feel I should make it clear that while it was not explicitly painful, it was the worst kind of mental torture I'd ever experienced. Walking into the ER was the first real piece of luck I got that day. Because it was so early on a Monday morning, there was next to no one else waiting to be seen. After a mother-daughter combo got themselves seen too, I was called up to the desk to tell them what my problem was. The first nurse I spoke to didn't even speak English, so I had to wait a few more minutes while she found someone that did. When I finally got the chance to explain the situation, she had this look on her face that told me she clearly didn't believe me. She asked me if I was in pain. I was about to say no, but then I felt so nauseated I was about to puke. She still seemed skeptical, but she took me to see the doctor anyway, who looked in my ear with an otoscope. Although I don't speak Greek, the muted reaction the doctor had told me there was definitely some insects in my ear. Using the nurse as a translator, the doctor told me the most important thing was for me to keep calm. I was told that getting it out would be relatively easy, but if I didn't keep calm, things were going to get pretty bad. Hearing that was hardly relaxing. The nurse advised me to control my breathing and focus on the fact everything was going to be okay. After that, another nurse took my blood pressure, which turned out to be alarmingly high. I had no idea why they were doing all these tests on me. I'm sure they had their reasons, but I was desperate for them to get to the actual extraction already. Thankfully, that's the next thing they did. The nurse explained all the stuff the doctor was saying, like how they were going to use lidocaine as a prep for getting the roach out. The lidocaine did its job alright and acted as a numbing agent, but before it did, the roach went into overdrive trying to escape the incoming fluid. That was the worst it ever felt for me. I'm glad it was over after that, but literally being able to feel the thing dying and scrambling about in my ear, just suddenly slowing down as it died. I'm not sure there are words in the English language to sum out the horrifying nature of it all. About 2 minutes after feeling it succumb, the doctor took these big curved tweezers and started removing the roach, but not in one go. He did it piece by piece. Once the whole thing was out of me, the nurse showed me what they'd removed on a napkin. I guess it would have been about an inch long when it was intact, which normally is not all that big, but with it in your ear canal, that's pretty damn huge. After that, my ear canal was given one final check over, just to make sure there was nothing left behind. They told me I was free to go, with a prescription for oral antibiotics and a type I would need to put directly into my ear for a while. The whole thing felt numb for the next 24 hours. As the week went on, it didn't really feel any better either. I guess it was just the aftermath of having my ear invaded by both a cockroach and a pair of surgical tweezers. The half-dead scratching sensation in my ear, though, just wouldn't stop. When I got back to Baltimore, I went over to my doctor to get checked up again. About a week after I got back from Greece, I went for my appointment and told her about the whole cockroach trauma. Just to be safe, she asked a physician's assistant to flush my ear out, in hopes that removing any wax buildup would help my hearing and get rid of the pressure. Once my ear had been flushed, they took a look inside. I can't even begin to explain how much my heart sank when I heard the physician assistant say she saw what she believed to be another spiky insect leg inside my ear canal. I felt sick. The whole ordeal was not even over. All I wanted was for it to finally end. The doctor ended up flushing my ear again, pulling out even more pieces of a roach that the doctors hadn't even seen. This was almost 2 whole weeks after the first incident took place. I cried quietly while the whole thing was going on. My doctor was amazing. She actually gave me a hug when the whole thing was done. She'd been my family doctor for years, so we had quite a close relationship like that. She comforted me and told me there might still be more inside. She was going to make me an emergency appointment the next day. When the appointment was over, I went home and tried my best to relax before heading to the ENT clinic the next morning. When I got there, they sat me in an examination chair. Then the ear, nose, and throat doctor placed some sort of microscope next to my head. He didn't say much at all. The whole examination took place in silence, right up until he said the dreaded words of, "Oh yeah, there's still something in there all right." The next thing I know, he's using what looked like a large pair of scissors with a blunt end to fish around in my ear canal for more bugs. That time, no kind of numbing agent was used, so it was actually quite painful. I could hear pieces of bugs crunching as he gripped them and pulled them out, even when he finished, and had flushed my ear out with water again, to the point he was 99% sure everything was eliminated. I still didn't feel that much better. That surprised me. I figured that once everything was out, I'd actually feel free of the whole thing, but I didn't. Instead, I couldn't stop thinking about the fact that so many bugs had existed in my ear for like 2 weeks, meaning there was a chance I was still going to develop a nasty ear infection. I've only really gotten over the whole thing over the past year or so, but even so, I'm deathly afraid of any crawling insect now that might sneak its way into my ear at night. I'm not nearly as bad as I used to be, but it's definitely still a thing for me, and I don't expect to be over it anytime soon. Hello, my name is Ninon, and I'm French. My story takes place in a small countryside in the south, a place where nothing usually happens. As I tell you this story, I must note it's now been 2 years since it happened, and I was 13 years old at the time. One evening, my parents decided to go have dinner at a friend's house, but I preferred to stay home. It was a Friday night, and I was dead tired. It was actually quite common for my parents to leave me alone at home in the evening, because I rarely went with them when they went out to eat or go to parties. I was used to being alone at night. I must admit that I often had this feeling of being watched when I was home alone, whether it was day or night, but I always thought it was just paranoia, at least until that night. So we're at the infamous night when my parents went to dinner at their friend's house, leaving me alone. I was watching TV on the couch with my cat when I decided to go back to my room to play on my phone a bit. After several minutes, though, I began to hear noises coming from the kitchen. It was actually quite a common thing because of the age of the house with it settling in, so I chalked it up to being fatigue and stress making me overthink things. A little while later, though, I heard what sounded distinctly like a glass being placed down on the dining table. The stress became more and more intense, and I did the dumbest thing I could do in that moment. I went to go see what was going on, only to find there was indeed a glass that hadn't been there before, placed on the dining table. It couldn't have been from me either. My stress rose even more. At the same time though, I was in denial and told myself I must have left it there while clearing it. As I was about to return to my room though, I heard something scratching behind the garage door. I was about to open it, thinking it must be my cat wanting to come in, but then I froze as I reached for the handle. I remembered our only cat had been on the couch with me earlier. I turned my head to check if he was still there, and unfortunately he was. So was my dog as well. At that moment, I was genuinely worried. I rushed back to my room, only to notice on the way back that my parents' bedroom window and the bathroom window as well were wide open. At that point, I didn't know what to do. I locked myself in my room with my cat and dog and scrolled through my phone trying to forget anything had happened. When my parents finally came back, I acted as if nothing had happened as well. I don't really know why I did this. I guess I was so scared I wasn't thinking properly. But currently, no one else knows about this story. So this happened a long time ago, but I've never forgotten it, as it was one of the strangest encounters my family and I have ever had. One time as a child, I went with my family to the grocery store. It was our monthly trip to stock up on groceries, so we were going to be there for quite a while. I was about 12 at the time, so by that age I had a good understanding of how to read people. We started in the produce aisle, when suddenly a strange man caught my eye. He was standing awkwardly close to us, sort of fake browsing through everything. His body language seemed off as well. He was standing with his back to us, but something was weird about the way he was positioned. As we moved down the aisle, he would always rotate so his back was facing us. As we got a little closer, I could tell he was wearing those see-behind glasses. Those gimmick sunglasses that have hidden mirrors on the inside of the lenses so you can see behind yourself? Yeah, that sort of thing. He had a dirty gray zip-up jacket on, and long messy hair as well. Had to be in his 40s at least. As our shopping went on, wherever we went, I would see him standing there, staring at me from across the store. He would keep his distance from us always, but still be within eyesight no matter where we were. About 30 minutes in, my mom still hadn't noticed, but he was really starting to bother me. Unfortunately, my mom didn't believe me at first. Eventually, we got to the refrigerator aisles, and that's when it got really weird. Whatever aisle we were in, he would quickly pace past us occasionally. At that point, he wasn't even trying to look like he was shopping. It was so obvious that my mom and sis were also starting to notice as well, and get quite concerned. At one point, we were grabbing something off one of the shelves, and I could see him just standing on the opposite aisle, peeking in between them at us. His sunglasses were on still, but now he had his hood up all the way. We started to walk faster and do random zigzags around the store to see if he really was following us. At least we could try to lose him. He would always keep up though, all in a very sneaky way at that. He would always just appear at the opposite end of the aisle, keeping up with us the whole time. At this point, we pushed up to the customer service area to talk to a manager about it, and at that point the man completely disappeared. We informed the manager and she was very helpful. She actually went to go try and find the guy and talk to him. We waited at the counter until she paced back to us with a confused look on her face. She walked up to my mother and told us, "He said you're his mom." At this point, my mom and sister were quite concerned and confused. The manager rang us up herself and said we should leave, and they would escort the strange man away. We walked out to the car, staying close to our mother, when we were met with a horrible sight. The man was just standing across the parking lot from our car, with his head tilted and a big grin on his face. We floored it out of there, but we could still see him standing there, watching us leave the whole time. This was back in 2018, when I lived in the suburbs of Paris. I've been playing Pokemon Go since release, and I used to go out at night to play as well. always with my best friend on a voice call. It was a night just like any other, following my usual route. It was around 2 a.m. or so, and I had already covered a good 2 kilometers. I found myself about 1 kilometer away from home, standing near a Pokestop and catching what I could while talking to my friend, just like every other night. It was a residential street with a few streetlights, but quite dark as there was only a field behind it. After about 5 minutes, though, I noticed a man in his 30s on the opposite sidewalk, just a few meters away. He was holding some hedge shears in his hand, and there was a pile of branches at his feet as well. I thought the man must have been trimming the branches of his tree or something. However, when I described the scene to my friend, he said immediately, "You should leave right now. No one does gardening in the middle of the night like that." Despite my friend's warning, I was so focused on Pokemon Go and wanting to capture all the Pokemon before leaving, I stayed while keeping an eye on the man's actions. I wanted to, at least. As I looked at the man, I realized he was not cutting any branches. He was only staring at me. He would occasionally move and hide as well, behind a parked van nearby, trying to spy on me through the windows. He must have known very well that I could still see him. I began to feel scared at this point, despite my friends pleading for me to leave. I was frozen in place and hesitated to move. I was enraptured by this man's strange behavior. He began crossing over to my side of the street and hiding behind some bushes while staring at me. Then he went back to his pile of branches, pretending to clip them while staring at me again. At that point, I had enough. I finally decided to leave. I walked toward my home, trying not to show any fear. I had a straight path back there. My friend on the call, though, told me to keep checking behind me, just in case the man was following me. Indeed, he was still holding his hedge shears, only about 10 meters behind me now. I then made a left turn instead of going straight, even though it made the way home longer. I wanted to make sure he was following me, and this wasn't just a coincidence. He continued to do so. I picked up my pace, taking snaps of the man just in case something happened. When I reached the end of the street, I was out of breath but safe. There was no one behind me anymore. I entered my home feeling relieved, when suddenly, a white car pulled up right in front of my house. It stopped and the driver's window rolled down, revealing the man with his hedge shears. Now he knew where I lived. I rushed inside, locked everything, and grabbed a kitchen knife, and waited until someone woke up so I could go to bed. There were no further incidents after, and nobody believed me either. We checked surveillance cameras to prove that it happened, and unfortunately I was proved right in the end. This story isn't so much about Halloween itself, as it is about something that happened to me on Halloween night. I was 16 years old at the time. My family lived in a pretty affluent neighborhood. I always enjoyed Halloween even when I was too old to go trick-or-treating. Our trick-or-treating was always very amazing. Tons of children from my own neighborhood and other neighborhoods around town would all come to the area in the grand search for candy. My family always gave out full-sized bars, so we were always pretty popular. Well, this night it wasn't as great as it had been before. My parents and younger brother were out of town, and unfortunately at around 3 in the afternoon I began to get a stabbing migraine headache. I suffered from these quite often, and I knew when this one hit it was going to be a real doozy too. I'd probably miss the entire trick-or-treating event. I didn't want the kids in the neighborhood to go without candy, but I also didn't want them knocking on the door when I had such a bad headache. I went out and grabbed the candy bowl. I put it out on the porch with a sign out there. No one was home. Each kid can take 1 bar from the huge bowl. I also wrote that no one was home, so don't ring the doorbell if the bowl was empty. There was an obvious security camera that would ensure each kid only took 1 bar. I felt bad about doing that, but if you've ever had a severe migraine, you'd know exactly how I was feeling. The best thing I could do would be to get some solid sleep. Hopefully when I woke up in the morning, I wouldn't be hurting so bad anymore. The kids were very respectful. I woke up several times, but it wasn't because anything the kids were doing. They weren't being too loud or anything. I just woke up randomly. I looked over at the clock and then promptly fell right back asleep. The night crawled by before I knew it, and it was dark outside. Not too long after that, I woke up. I looked over at the clock and saw it was past trick-or-treating time. I dozed in and off after that. My headache hadn't quite gone away yet, but it was getting better each time I woke up. When I woke up again, I tried to turn at the clock, only to realize that I couldn't move, even though my migraine was so much better. I had a groan inwardly, as I realized what must be happening in addition to my migraines was a bout of sleep paralysis. It seemed like right then it decided to strike. I knew it would be best to just close my eyes and pray I could go back to sleep, but I couldn't do so right away. I was beginning to feel panicky because when I had hallucinations, they were awful. They were auditory as well, so closing my eyes wasn't going to immediately solve the issue. Still, I tried to close them as much as possible and prayed I'd just fall back asleep really quickly. As I lay down there though, I heard something. It was a creaking-like noise, as if someone was slowly opening my bedroom door. Rather than look though, I closed my eyes even tighter. When the noise didn't quit, I knew I wouldn't be able to fall asleep if I was still thinking about it, so I opened my eyes just to take a peek. My heart rate increased immediately as I saw something by the door. The door was a bit open, and there was something looking into the room at me. It appeared to be some strange goblin-looking creature. The only thing I could compare it to were the Gamorrean, those green pig-like guards that work for Jabba the Hutt. Yeah, nerdy enough to know what they were called. This creature was looking through the partially open door at me. In fact, even though it was pretty dark, I could tell that we were looking each other right in the eyes. Slowly, the creature opened the door and cautiously approached me. I felt my breathing accelerate, and I had to keep telling myself this was not real. As it got closer, I decided to close my eyes. Either I would fall back asleep or keep hearing noises, but at least I wouldn't have to look at this anymore. I still heard the creaking noises all around me, as though they were circling me around the room. After a while, I heard the steps walk back towards the door. I only knew they were gone because I heard the noise of the door closing once again. I opened my eyes a bit and looked around the room. I was still unable to move, but the monster was finally gone. After a while, I was able to fall back asleep. The next time I woke up, the sleep paralysis was fully gone, along with my migraine as well. I got up and went to grab a glass of water. I was shocked to find that as I walked into the living room, someone had clearly broken into our house. We had obviously been robbed as well. Things were overturned everywhere, and multiple things were missing. This must have happened when I was sleeping, I thought. I went and called the police. As I mentioned, we lived in a pretty upscale neighborhood. We had security cameras. When the police took them and looked at them, they confirmed that the person who'd robbed us was dressed up like a green pig guard from Return of the Jedi. In fact, he was apparently so confident in his disguise he'd even waved to the camera before breaking into my home. The sign I'd left for trick-or-treaters told him nobody was home, so I guess that's why he'd targeted our house. The monster I thought was created by my mind during sleep paralysis was a real person who had been in my bedroom walking around me for several minutes. The police never caught him either. I guess his costume was just that good. When I was 12 years old, I was getting to that age when my friends began thinking we were getting too old to go out and trick-or-treat. I always loved doing it though, so I wasn't about to completely give it up before I was ready to. Fortunately, although my other buddies kept talking about not going out anymore, they ended up being all talk mostly. Trick-or-treating to them was also just an alibi. They also wanted to do another great Halloween tradition of playing pranks on everyone. We got into our costumes, got our bags, and hit some houses pretty quickly. My friends were also a bit rude to some of the people who gave us candy. They would make sarcastic comments about how lousy the candy was, and one of my friends even told an old woman her candy was so awful he was gonna come back and egg her house later. I was extremely embarrassed each time they did something like that, but they were my friends, so I didn't tell them to quit. Trick-or-treating lasted about 4 hours in my town. My friends and I hit it early and only went around for about an hour. After that, they were really in the mood to go out and find the true fun in Halloween: horror. First, we went and hung out in the graveyard for a little while. It didn't last long because there were a lot of older teenagers out there drinking beer. I remember my friend Aaron went up and actually asked them to give us one. The guys told us to get the hell out of the cemetery before they kicked our asses all throughout it. We moved on. They had been talking plenty about egging some houses, but they couldn't do that till the trick-or-treating was over. We had to find something else to keep us busy in the meantime. The teenagers had killed our cemetery plans, so we went out and searched for something else that could be scary. And that was when a friend of mine suggested we go to a house I think every neighborhood has. You know, that house. All the kids talk about it as if there were something scary there. Ours was an abandoned house on a corner. The kids always told the story that a father went crazy in the house and murdered his entire family before shoving them down the garbage disposal. Ever since then, no one wanted to live there, so the house had stayed empty. It was a source of much horror throughout the year, not just on Halloween. Kids our age would normally dare each other to go up to it, or go inside it, or anything like that. Most kids would either do it and run away, or they would chicken out. We had all sorts of stories of what would happen to those kids, and we thought they were true back when we were young. It was down a dark, dead-end street. I guess that only helped its reputation. We were surprised when we went to it, though. Trick-or-treating was far from over, but there were nearly no kids on that road at all. There were no teenagers, not even anyone hanging out there. Even stranger, there was a jack-o'-lantern on the porch. It didn't have a candle in it. It looked like it was already in the stages of decay, but someone had definitely put a jack-o'-lantern on the porch of that house. "Hey, Bobby," my friend Mark addressed me. "I dare you to go smash that pumpkin." I can't even begin to tell you how much I did not want to do that. I didn't want to go up to the house at all during the daytime, much less in the dark on Halloween night. I also didn't want to be marked by my buddies for the rest of my life either, though. When your friends dare you to do something like this, you get pressured to do it pretty badly. Slowly, I walked up to the house. My knees were shaking. I was sure my friends could even see it from behind me. I just wanted to turn and run away, but I knew I couldn't do so. The pumpkin was sitting right up the staircase on the opening to the porch. The rest of the porch had a 2-foot-tall fence blocking it from view. This was not exactly a comforting thing to me. I'll let you know, I imagined some person, or even a monster, crouched down on the porch just out of view, waiting for me to ascend the stairs so it could grab me. Despite these thoughts, my friends egged me on, so I walked up the steps, grabbed the pumpkin, raised it up, and was about to smash it. That was when I thought I should probably look around the porch and see if anyone really was up there with me. I looked over to the right of me and froze immediately. Something sure was on the porch with me, but it was not a monster. It was a body. A body tied up in a chair. I assumed it was dead. I screamed and threw the pumpkin, smashing it down. My friends all cheered for me and rushed up to the porch with me. When they looked over at what I'd seen, though, all 5 of us took off running down the street as quickly as we could. We booked it over to George's house, as he was the closest to us. We told his dad, who didn't believe us at first, but we insisted. He called the police. When the police arrived, they didn't find the body on the porch, but upon entering the house, they found it in there. which means somebody had moved it in the short time after we ran away. It was a real body too, which also means we hadn't been alone when we were there. Whoever removed that body had to have been in the house or close by. I wonder how close I'd been to becoming another victim. I grew out of things like trick-or-treating really quickly. I think I stopped going out when I was around 10 or so. Instead, I stayed home and tried to find other things to do. By the age of 13, I'd begun going out with my friends on Halloween night. We didn't do anything like egging houses or stuff like that. We just walked around the neighborhood and chatted a bit, did things that were fun together. By the time I was 15, my friend George was able to get beer from his father, so he'd always bring it out to go with him. We'd go out drinking. We were always able to find somewhere to drink in peace. Our favorite place was this old abandoned house that was extremely easy to get into. We weren't able to do this anymore when I turned 17 though. Whoever owned the property the house was on had decided to go ahead and demolish it, so we had to find a new place to hang out on Halloween night. My friend suggested we go and drink beer at the local cemetery instead. I was a bit hesitant, not because I found the cemetery scary in any way though. I just thought it was kind of disrespectful to the dead. Still though, either we were going to the cemetery or we were not going to find a new place. I don't know why, but I assumed the cemetery would be filled with other teenagers or kids hanging around. You know, people like to hang out and scare each other and themselves on Halloween, but we didn't really see anyone there. We looked around and eventually found a good area and settled down to drink together. I was really on edge though. I mean really on edge. Even the beer didn't help me. There was just something about walking in, sitting on people's graves that didn't sit well with me. The beer wasn't helping me to feel any better about my guilt. The rest of my friends didn't appear to be bothered at all though. Hell, my friend Jim even leaned up against a gravestone while we chatted. We got pretty loopy, and when we did, I thought I'd begun to hear noises, as if someone else was walking around the cemetery. I asked my friends if they had heard anything, but no one else said they did. They told me it didn't really matter much anyway. It was Halloween, so of course some other kids were going to be hanging around there. That was when Jim got the ingenious idea that he was going to try and scare whoever happened to be there. If in fact there really was someone out there at all. We all got quiet and listened. Sure enough, it sounded like someone else was walking around out there. It sounded like they were trying to be quiet too. Jim had us all creep over to this tomb. His idea was that when whoever it was came around the corner, we would all jump out at once and scream at them. Yeah, it was a lame idea, but we were all pretty buzzed by that point anyway, so we weren't really at our creative peak there. We still figured it would give the person the shock of their life for a second though, so we hid. Soon enough, we heard the footsteps coming ever closer to the tomb. Jim was prepared to jump out. We waited, and when we knew whoever it was walking just around the corner, Jim jumped around the corner of the tomb first. He screamed boo, and then he gasped. We saw someone had grabbed Jim. We looked around the corner, and a big hillbilly-looking man twice the size of any one of us had his hands around Jim's throat. George and I did our best to beat on the guy to get him to let go of Jim, but the man was made of iron or something. We tried to get him to let go, but he was way too strong even for all of us combined. We got worried with how bad he was choking and shaking Jim by the throat. We were sure he was going to die. I did the one and only thing I could think of. I held my back leg as if I was going for a 60-yard field goal and kicked the man square in the crotch. Scariest thing is, the man didn't even let go. I had to kick the man again several times before he finally let go of Jim. We pulled Jim up off the ground and booked it to make it out of the cemetery. I must have kicked him really hard though, because he didn't try to come after us. We called the cops after. Get this, the man worked in the cemetery. He was making his rounds, making sure kids weren't hanging out there since it was Halloween night. When he saw us, he decided to teach us a lesson. He did get arrested though, because even though we were trespassing, the force he used against us was extremely excessive. You could see giant hand marks around Jim's neck. A doctor said he was lucky he didn't experience a crushed larynx. To start this story, it should be said I lived in a very small town before my recent move. I'm a young woman in my early 20s. This was back in September, and I'd actually just gone to get my license renewed from turning 21, the very day this happened. That night, my phone was dead when I happened to get a flat tire. I started walking back towards my work to get a ride or a phone to call someone. Halfway through the maybe 4-mile walk, a big black truck went past me. Then, 10 seconds later, a ways up the road, pulled off backwards to the left. Immediately I knew this was going to be bad news, so I got my keys between my fingers as a weapon. As I approached the truck, I looked into it on my left, trying to scope the situation out. Then, to my right, I heard a man's voice call out, "How are you tonight?" I looked over only to see a tall, pot-bellied, dopey-looking redneck. He was obviously fucked up on something. My guess is pain pills. He didn't smell like alcohol, and didn't have the look of a meth head either. To my immense surprise, he was also naked from head to toe. Not even a sock or a shoe on his foot. Oh, and he was masturbating as he walked toward me. I said I was fine, just taking a walk. I refused to give him any information. My heart was racing, and my adrenaline was pumping. My fight or flight was engaged, and I chose manipulation, which is essentially fighting with your mind. I was in flats, so flight was out of the question. The man approached closer to me. "Don't touch me," I said. "Come on, I'm not going to hurt you." He reached out to grab me, still dopey grin on his fucked up face. Other hand still doing his biz. I punched at his stomach with my key hand, and he laughed. He asked me if I saw anything I liked. No sir, I just want to get going." His face contorted in confusion. "You want to go?" he said in a very angry tone. He then looked at me, threw his arm forward and said, "Well, go then!" I stepped backwards to avoid his shove and fell out of my shoe, quickly calculating how to get it back without taking my eyes off him. He screamed at me. I snatched it off the ground and started running with it in my hand. I was going quickly as he called after me, "You got some nice titties, girl," wanting to keep him distant and placated without looking back. I said, "Thank you, have a good night, sir." I implied to him the conversation was over. He kept chasing after me though. In the same spirit as the last time, I yelled back, "Have a good night." I then snuck a peek backward and saw his stupid naked ass now walking back to his truck, stumbling over the gravel. I quickly snatched up my other shoe off my foot, rather than try to put the other one back on. I immediately ran to the first house I saw with cars at it. I decided the evil I didn't know was better than the one I did. I banged on the door and a man answered. I was in shambles, trying to explain to a half-asleep Good Samaritan what had happened. He let me in, and his wife came out and sat with me. I called my ex to explain where I was and what had happened. When the police came, they took my statement and took me to work to get a ride. Nothing else happened after that, and they never found the man either. For a while, I was terrified I'd see him appear at the Taco Bell where I worked, but that was hands down the creepiest thing that ever happened to me, because A, everything I just said, and B, it took me 15 minutes to walk to where he was parked. He waited that long. It only took him 10 seconds, though, to see me walking alone at midnight and try to take advantage of the situation. That's what fucked with me the most about it. He just waited there like a fucking predator. My best friend Ted was such a really weird kid. I mean, I was too when I was really young. That's how the two of us became best friends, really. We were both sort of nerdy, bookish types, and all the other kids thought we were weird. As strange as I was thought to be, though, Ted was a lot stranger than even I was. He had this fascination with really weird stuff that even sort of freaked me out. He liked a lot of death-related stuff, as well as abandoned buildings and all sorts of other things. We grew up in the same town all our lives, so we were together since we were really young. Therefore, we did almost everything together as well. We saw each other every single day, and so even though he was a bit weird, I don't think I trusted anyone as much as I trusted him. So one day when we were both 14, he came over and asked me if I wanted to go check out this abandoned building. I was only slightly hesitant. I knew it was going to happen because we always did what the other wanted to do, but I did want to know beforehand what building he wanted to go to and why he wanted to investigate this one in particular. It was some sort of old school building, closed down long before either of us was born. For many years after that, they sometimes held voting booths there, but it had been shut down and boarded up for many years before Ted suggested this adventure of ours. It was a very old building right on the outside of town, while the newer school building was built in town. I had never actually been inside this old building before. It had closed and boarded up long before we ever had the chance to go inside, like I mentioned, and mostly I was kind of nervous about doing so. Hell, I didn't like walking through someone's yard, much less entering a building shut off from the public, but he was excited about going into it. Ted was interested in all this exploring stuff and got into that whole urban building exploration thing. This was really the only place around town that fit that description. We got in through a broken door in the back of the building. The brush and everything back there was very overgrown, and there was a lot of litter around as well. I had to be extra careful to not get anything prickly caught on me and poke my skin as I tried to make my way through all this mess. It was really icky. Inside of the old school was obviously no better. There was tons of trash and old equipment strewn throughout the place. I almost didn't understand why people liked to scope out these places, because they were always so dirty and bad. I do have to admit they can be creepy and somewhat spooky though. Ted, on the other hand, was clearly having the time of his life. He was talking about how cool everything was. He was thinking about the kinds of students who used to walk down these hallways all the time. Now it was just an empty, deserted, and dead place. He was so fascinated by that. Ted wanted to go search the basement of the building, which I really did not want to do. But as you might have figured out by now, this was his adventure this time, not mine. I decided to follow him down there. It was much darker than I'd expected, but he'd brought a flashlight along to make up for that. It didn't keep it from being really weird though, just being there, thinking about all the times people had walked these halls over and over again, only for it to be silent and empty now. Once we arrived in the basement though, we heard this loud thumping noise. If it had been going on before, we certainly hadn't heard it from upstairs, but this noise had been so loud we definitely would have. It seemed to be coming from the far room, on the left side of the hallway. Ted, being like he was, wanted to find out what was making this noise right away. I was already nervous and unhappy about this situation. I tried to convince him not to mess with it, but then we heard the thumping noise continuing. By this time, he was way too curious to leave without taking a peek. As we went down the dark hallway, we heard the noise continue. I got more and more nervous the closer we got to that room. Whatever was going on in there, I really did not want to know. If I wasn't sure Ted would relentlessly mock me about this later, I would have just taken off without him. However, I did the best I could to keep my distance behind him. He was the overzealous one here, so he should be taking the risk over me. When we got closer to the door, he peeked inside. I had never seen the look on his face anything like I saw that day. It changed so fast. He turned whiter than I had ever seen him, and a look of terror covered his face. He stood there for a moment, seemingly unable to look away from whatever was on the inside of that door. I still didn't want to look, and I made no motion to go anywhere closer than I already was. It only took a moment for Ted to decide he'd seen enough now. He turned to me and whispered, "Let's get out of here now!" We began running down the hallway. Ironically, he was trying to be quiet, but his footfalls were making tons of noise down the hallway tiles. I followed him. When we got to the door to the staircase, I heard something coming from behind us. I turned around and looked back in the direction of the thumping noise. What I saw was that someone had opened the door, and their huge hulking figure was stepping out of the room. That's all I saw though. I wanted to get out of there before whatever scared my braver friend saw me too. We ran back up to the first floor and got out of that building as quickly as we could. The only part that really sucks about this is that Ted absolutely refused to tell me what he'd saw. At first, I had assumed he did this because he was trying to scare me. You know, maybe there was nothing in the room to begin with. But I know I saw the door open, and I saw the guy too. Even though I didn't get a good look at them, I know someone was there. So there must have been something truly horrifying inside that room. Something enough to scare a friend of mine who is extremely brave. I wonder what those large thumping noises were in the bottom of that abandoned school building. That's all I really know about it, and probably all I ever will. I recall seeing the total transformation of a mall when I was younger. When I was a kid, and even into my mid-teens, the major mall, which has long since been torn down, was actually pretty active. It had the only movie theater in the whole area, and was an extremely popular hangout for teenagers. When I was 15 though, an outlet mall opened up that wasn't very far from this mall. This brought a rather quick decline to the major mall. For a while, the mall hung on, because it still had the only theater in the area, but a few Regal cinemas soon began opening up, and at that point, it was curtains. The only thing really left there was a Ticketmaster. It didn't take long before that went under as well. Eventually, the mall became nothing more than a shadow of what it had been before. I honestly don't know a lot about what it went through from its closing until its eventual demolition. I knew that one of the reasons it was eventually going to be demolished was the worry it would become a haven for gang activity. I don't really know if that happened or not though. All I can tell you that happened during this time period is what happened when I decided to check it out myself. It was a pretty stupid thing to do, honestly. Even though I had a job, I spent a little bit of time being homeless. I was sleeping in my car to save up some money to eventually get a place to live. It wasn't actually as bad as some people might think it was, however. I had blankets and pillows. It was very comfortable. The only thing that really bothered me was having something to do, and I really had to often search for that. This brings us to the mall. I had heard from someone at work that they were still trying to figure out what they wanted to do with the massive building. I got to thinking, it might be somewhat interesting to go and check it out on my day off from work. Well, technically my night off from work. There were some pretty busy roads in that area, and if I didn't want to get caught snooping around, I had to go at night. I made sure it was pretty late outside when I did finally go to check the place out. I parked in a motel parking lot close by, and then walked the distance to the mall. Walking around such a large and empty space was really weird at first. You know, now that I think of it, I'd never actually been in a parking lot before where it was completely empty. At first, I was just walking around the building. I had no intention of breaking into it or anything like that. However, at one point, I noticed one of the doors looked like it had a broken latch on it. I decided to check and see if I could get it open. It opened much easier than I thought it would, and now I was not sure what I wanted to do next. I thought for a moment, and decided to go inside and check it out. Now this was truly a surreal experience. It was such a big and bustling area back in the day, and now it was just deserted, empty of people and fixtures as well. All of the stores had those big metal grating doors pulled down. When I shined my flashlight into them, I could still see merchandise and fixtures inside and things like that. There, of course, was not any people inside though. I decided to try and go up one of the escalators. It was turned off, of course, so I used it as a normal staircase instead. It was actually pretty solid. There wasn't a whole lot different looking on the top floor than the second floor. Although they did have an old Auntie Anne's, which gave me a craving for a pretzel. I walked by a bookstore and was looking at the bookshelves inside. I was moving the flashlight around trying to get a better look. When I moved it toward the back of the store though, I was caught by surprise when the light fell upon a man standing in the back, already staring at me from the darkness. I jumped from being startled, but didn't move the light. This guy clearly was not a security guard or anything like that. He was dressed in plain clothes. After looking further for a moment, I realized he had a gun in his hand, which he was holding down at his side. It only took the slightest movement of his arm raising up for me to realize I needed to get out of there now. And I did so. I ran back the way I came and jumped down that escalator. When I got to the bottom, I looked up and saw the man standing at the top, now joined by someone else. He hadn't fired the gun at me or anything, thank God. I hoped he was just trying to scare me away from the area. I don't believe he actually followed me down the stairs. I hurried toward the door I had gained entry from and got out. I kept expecting something to happen behind me, so I kept checking, but nothing did. While I hurried across the parking lot, I kept looking back to see if anyone was following me. Keep in mind this was a big parking lot, so I got a lot of chances to glance backward. At one point, I noticed the two men had emerged from the building, but they weren't trying very hard to chase me across the parking lot. I got to my car and got out of that place. There was an apartment building I had been using the parking lot in, and I didn't feel safe until I got back there. I knew there was no way the men could have followed me, but I still felt on edge about the whole thing. I learned my lesson that day about going into places where I don't belong. If the man had been anyone different, he might truly have shot me. Perhaps I had stumbled upon something illegal going on, and if I did, I think the way he and his friend chased me out was their best way of trying to scare me into never coming back. I can say that it worked very well. I've done a lot of hiking and exploring in my time, and one of my favorite things to do when I'm out in the woods is to find something left over from back in the days. What I mean is that I often come across old farm-type equipment, perhaps an old well or an old mine, sometimes even really old buildings. I often wondered about these buildings more than anything else. You could find houses, sheds, and all kinds of structures like that in the strangest of places. When I was still living at home, I decided to go out on a hike once. That ended up being what was probably the scariest experience of my entire life. I think I was 16 years old at the time. My family lived in an area that had a lot of woods around it to explore. I had spent more time than I can even recall walking around the area, exploring and finding new things, so by the time I was 16, I thought I couldn't be surprised by anything. On this day, however, I was absolutely surprised by what I found. At first, I couldn't quite tell what I was looking at, but I noticed a lot of unusual growth in a particular spot. I thought I should make my way over to it and explore. It looked like there was some sort of opening in the side of the hill. Curious, I began beating back some of the overgrowth to get a better look. At first, I thought what I had found was a cave. Pretty neat, but not extremely unusual for the area I was in. The more I checked it out, though, the more I realized I had in fact found an abandoned mine. I had never seen anything like this one before, and I was immediately intrigued. Honestly, no thoughts went through my head about the possible dangers of exploring this abandoned mine. I just knew immediately I had to check it out. I had to spend some time clearing the brush out of the way so I could fully get inside though. The only light I had on me was from my wristwatch, and that wasn't exactly going to do a whole lot of good. I needed the light outside coming in to see. I cautiously stepped into the mine after I'd cleared out the growth. I wish I could explain the smell. It was an interesting odor that I'd never encountered before. As you might expect, the area was very dark and very dank. The light from the entrance was enough to allow me to see where I was going, but not by very much. Although it was intriguing, there was not very much to see at first. There wasn't any old equipment or anything like that. If it hadn't been for the support beams that had been built in, I probably would have just thought this was a completely normal cave. Finally, something did catch my eye, however. There was something up ahead of me, lying on the ground. It was covered in dirt or clay, or whatever made up the soil of this mine. It was a clear indentation, so I moved for a better look. When I got close enough, there wasn't really enough good light coming from the entrance to make out what I was seeing. I would have to rely on the small light from my wristwatch to make it out. When I turned the light on it, I immediately recoiled. Although I had been to funerals before, and I'd seen dead bodies in caskets too, I had never truly seen a human skeleton that wasn't in a classroom or a doctor's office. This was the very first time. I looked over the skeleton with the light. It had obviously been there a really long time. Skeletal remains were all that was left of this body. Everything else had decomposed a long time ago, or, I shuddered, been eaten by scavengers. What was the scariest part though, is that I noticed in the head of this skeleton there was a sizable hole. I immediately thought this person must have been murdered, probably by being shot in the head and left in this mine. When I've told this story before, people have asked me why I didn't check inside the skull to see if there was a bullet. My answer is always, how do you feel about picking up the skull of an old body and checking inside for bullets? That's kinda crazy, right? I knew I wasn't in any immediate danger, but that didn't stop me from being scared. At that point, I just wanted to get out of that mine as quickly as I could. I also didn't want to fall and injure myself though, so I had to be as careful as possible making it out. The last thing that mine needed was another dead body just inside the entrance. It was eerie as hell though, walking through the mine to get out. I had this irrational fear that someone or something was inside, and whatever killed this poor guy was going to get me next. I decided to go home immediately. I told my dad about what I had seen and wondered what we should do. In the end, he decided we shouldn't do anything, which I at first found rather shocking. My dad explained to me that firstly I was trespassing on someone else's property. I couldn't really argue against that. Furthermore, he told me the body had obviously been there a long time, and there was no need to call attention to it and ruffle the feathers of whoever owned the property. I couldn't get the thought out of my head though. It bothered me deeply, thinking someone may have been missing for years, and finding this body could bring the family closure. I eventually did call the police, and left an anonymous message about what I had found and where exactly I had found it. I was really worried for a while. I would always try and read the newspaper after that before my dad could get to it. I was afraid the body would have been found in the mine, and he would be upset with me for going against his advice. The story, however, never ended up in the newspaper, at least not that I ever saw. I went out again a few months later to go check the same area. I wanted to see if the skeleton had been removed. However, I could never find the entrance to that mine again. A few times after that, I had similar results as well. I never saw the opening, and to this day I have no idea who that skeleton in that old abandoned mine was. Back in the early to mid-2000s, I attended summer camp for a few years. One year, I made friends with a camper in my cabin named Matthew. He returned the following summer as well, but was in another cabin, and we also became friends with another camper named Patrick. Swimming was basically a pool party where the entire camp would gather before getting ready for dinner. During this time, we would have private conversations. Matthew would tell stories, and because they weren't necessarily appropriate for the camp, we'd try to find some privacy. It's often hard to do that though, especially when the counselors weren't big on us campers wandering off on our own. One day, the conversation shifted though, from the typical naughty teenager stuff to Matthew asking us to help him practically kidnap a girl from her cabin and get her to the river. The plan was something similar to burying someone in sand at the beach. Matthew said they were friends and had a fight over something. The girl refused to speak to him, and this was a prank to get some revenge. I was not exactly sure this was just a joke though. I was trying to decide what to do. Was this really a sick prank he actually planned on going through with? Or was this a murder plot or something? I seem to recall him mentioning the sick things he planned to do to her once he got her buried in the river as well, but my memory of this time is somewhat fuzzy. As Matthew swam away, I quickly told Patrick this was a bad idea, and he backed out of the plan. I used the layout of the cabin as my excuse not to help him. The back door was locked and never used, and the counselors hung out at the front door, having conversations at the picnic table on the side of the cabin, so it would be impossible to sneak out anyway. I'm not sure how he ended up getting caught in the end, as I can't recall that either. I think Matthew said something weird to the girl and she avoided him even further. When we backed out from helping him, he threatened her directly, and she told on him to the counselors. Eventually, they got suspicious and confronted Matthew. He melted down and confirmed he was telling us all these things. He then asked them to say goodbye to me and Patrick. The counselors that day pulled us out from dinner. I remember him telling us he was not a pervert or a peeping Tom. He just made it all up. Then he started telling us about all these arguments at home. At breakfast the next day, I asked Patrick what the deal was about Matthew. His family apparently came and got him, driving from out of state to do so. I never saw Matthew again, as he wasn't allowed back after that. I continued hanging out with Patrick until we went home in the end. I'm not sure what to really think about Matthew. I hope he's healthy now with no sick, twisted fantasies. Was he just making up stories like any other kid and going way too far? Or was he really going to do all those terrible things to that girl? I'm not really sure. The moral of the story, though, is that it's one thing to tell ghost stories around the campfire or pull a funny prank on fellow campers, like dressing up as Jason Voorhees. But if someone sounds like they're going to go too far, use your better judgment. You never know what their real intentions might be. One of my childhood homes had a balcony that was attached to both my mother's bedroom and mine via big glass doors in each of our rooms. Right next to the balcony were 2 trees. One of them I often used to climb up and down from the balcony. One night, my brother and my mother weren't home. I was 13 years old, reading in bed with a very dim reading light. All of a sudden, I heard what sounded like something moving in one of the trees outside. This didn't worry me much, as possums and bats are common in our area. I had these thin curtains on the glass doors that separated my room from the balcony. The doors faced out toward the street, where the street lamp light was, always visible through my curtains. Shortly after hearing the tree rustling noises, I saw a shadow slowly moving past the doors. At that point, I immediately switched off my reading light and froze like a deer in the headlights. The shadow outside was so tall, it couldn't be a neighbor's kid, and it definitely was not my mother, who was only 5 feet tall. The person outside moved slowly, creeping as though they were trying not to be noticed. They wouldn't likely be able to see into my room, but I could see them thanks to the streetlights behind them. They moved past the doors and out of sight. I sat there unable to move or even think about what to do, other than be absolutely still. That was until I heard another sound. The sound of someone clearly trying to open the glass door to my mom's room. I didn't know if she had locked them or not, but I wasn't taking chances. I moved as quickly and silently as I could to my bedroom door and locked it up tight. I listened for what the person was doing now. They were still jiggling the door handle, but it sounded like the doors were refusing to open. I felt a bit of relief that this person couldn't get in. Surely all I had to do now was wait for them to realize that. Then they would just leave. I heard light footsteps move back along the balcony to my set of glass doors now. I saw his shadow stop directly in front of them. Again, I froze. He couldn't see me, and he couldn't know that I could see him either. I saw the shadow of the man's hand reach up to my door handle. My heart stopped. Had I locked those doors today? I couldn't remember. I had been out there earlier. What if I'd forgotten to lock it? The seconds leading up to him grabbing that handle felt like an eternity. Thankfully, when they tried to open the door, it didn't budge. It was locked. I sighed such a sigh of relief. I was worried he might have actually heard me. It seemed he didn't, though. After this, he began pacing the length of the balcony. I didn't have a cell phone, and the landline was at the other end of the house. I was too scared to take my eyes off this person. I was silently crying and praying they would just leave. Then I heard him stop moving. I could just break the glass, you know. Before I could even process this, I saw car headlights turn around the corner of my street, then stop at our property gate. It seemed my mom was now home. The person on the balcony moved out of sight. When my mom came inside, I was absolutely hysterical. I was barely coherent, telling her what just happened. Eventually, I did manage to get the message across. She called the police, but they never found or caught anyone. A neighbor did report a truck in the street, though, that matched the description of a truck that had been reported recently for attempted child abductions near my school. The school was only a block away. Some background information before I start. I'm a 23-year-old female, and I live in a very rural part of Tennessee, at the base of the Cumberland Plateau in the Appalachian Mountain Range. It's so remote that I can't even get internet hooked up at my house. I have to use mobile data if I want to access it. Despite how remote it is, though, I do really enjoy living so far out in the country. I expect that I always will. My boyfriend and I have two very protective dogs, Roxy and Crackerjack. We've also grown up around firearms and know how to use them well. We genuinely felt safe being alone in our isolated house. We have a 2.5-acre property, and our closest neighbor is over 3 acres away. No one has any reason to bother us and come onto our land uninvited. This happened to me back in late November. I was enjoying my night off from work as a caregiver while my boyfriend was working late. He would not be home until 2 or 3 in the morning. This didn't really bother me though, as I've stayed overnight at my house plenty of times alone in the past 2 years. I decided to go to bed early and wake myself up in a few hours when my boyfriend was supposed to get home. That way I would be awake to greet him. I climbed into bed with both of my dogs and fell asleep around 1:30 in the morning or so. My bigger dog, Roxy, started growling deeply at the bedroom window and woke me up sometime in the night. I tried to get her to hush, fairly certain there was a coyote or something roaming around our yard, but she suddenly started barking extremely loud. I heard something crash and fall outside against the bushes by my bedroom window. Roxy bolted to my bedroom door and started scratching it, still going crazy and barking while trying to get out. I quickly got up out of bed with my other dog. I grabbed my loaded revolver from under my bedside table and carefully opened my bedroom door. Roxy sprinted to the front door and started clawing at it like she was going to break it down. I paused for a second before opening it. If it really was just an animal out there, I didn't want my dogs loose to sprint after it in the darkness and possibly never be seen again. I decided to look out the window that was beside my front door and get a sense of what I was dealing with. What I saw more than shocked me. It honestly scared me. There was a man wearing jean shorts and a white tank top, running away from my house and heading towards the road. I didn't know if I should release the dogs to chase them or call my boyfriend or the police. After a moment, I decided to call the local sheriff's department. I explained to the dispatcher what had happened, making sure to mention to her what the trespasser had been wearing. Dispatch told me they would send a deputy out to my area immediately. She asked me if I wanted to have them come by my house so I could make a report as well. I said that I did. After I got off the phone with dispatch, I called my boyfriend and told him everything as well. He immediately said he was leaving work and coming home. When he arrived, he grabbed a flashlight and the dogs and started looking all around the outside of the house for any traces of this intruder. He didn't find anything except for the damaged bushes underneath our window. We waited for nearly 2 hours for the deputies to arrive, but they never showed up at all. I didn't receive a follow-up call of any kind either in the days that followed. My boyfriend came to the conclusion it must have been one of our shady neighbors or something that lived a couple miles up the road from our house. That very well may have been true, but what bothered me the most of all was that the place the stranger tried to enter the house was my bedroom window of all places, where I had been sleeping. If he had just looked to rob us, why didn't he enter through the front door or the garage or the back porch? Also, all the neighbors know we have dogs. It seems like this intruder hadn't been aware of that. I don't know, maybe it's just paranoia and me jumping to conclusions, but I don't think this guy was interested in robbing us. I think he may have been up to something much worse. Some years ago, I was staying at my parents' place, looking after their cat while they were away on vacation. A little before 5 a.m. one morning, I was awoken to the sound of glass on their front screen door shattering, followed by pounding on the door itself. I went over to see what was happening. Long story short, one of the neighbors had a grown child living with them who had a psychotic breakdown that night. He attempted to murder both of his parents with a big knife from his kitchen. His mom had escaped the carnage and ran to my parents' house for help. I let her in, of course, as I couldn't leave her out there to fend for herself. Her arms and hands were covered in defensive wounds. She had also been stabbed several times. I called the police. Thankfully, she ended up surviving. Unfortunately, her husband did not. The kid committed suicide soon after. The scariest part that I didn't know until later, though, was that as I let the mother in, as I was closing the door, I thought I saw someone else outside. I opened it thinking maybe the father needed help too, but no one was there anymore. After that, I shut the door again, not thinking about that when such an emergency was present. I went back to helping the mom. A neighbor who had been woken up by the confrontation inside their house and happened to look out the window told me the son had been chasing his mom. He'd chased her right up to the front steps of my house. He turned away though after I closed the door and went back to finish killing his father instead. If I had been even 5 seconds later letting her in, she would have been killed right on my front doorstep. A couple seconds faster opening the door again, and he would have still been there to come inside and finish us both. I have a coworker named Paul who was in the Navy back in the 1970s. He was stationed on the USS Shreveport. We got to talk one day about the perils of being at sea and how in some instances the weather can be the least of your concerns. Paul explained while being stationed on the transport ship, the crew used to be paid in cash every other week. I found that kind of strange. seeing as they couldn't exactly go anywhere to spend their money, and food was provided for anyway. He told me, though, that the sailors would predominantly use their earnings to gamble, and playing cards was the usual method. There were a few individuals on board who acted as loan sharks of sorts. During the week, in between payments, they would loan out cash with high interest rates. Paul worked as a cook in the mess hall. He was acquainted with another man in his division. We'll call this man Jack. Jack was constantly behind on his debts to the loan sharks. Keep in mind, there was no place on board the ship where the loan sharking sailors couldn't find you either. It's not as though you could seek help from the officers. Jack finally fell so deep into debt, he was never going to be able to repay what he owed. Once back on land, the debts were nullified, but the men he owed money to weren't about to let his balance go unforgiven. Every day aboard the ship, the crew would be lined up for roll call. One morning, Jack wasn't in his designated spot. He would never stand there again. The entire ship was searched, but no trace of him was ever found. It's only speculation, but Paul believes that Jack met a grisly end and was thrown overboard after. I mean, what better place to dispose of a body than over the side of a Navy vessel at night? An investigation was conducted. The entire crew was questioned, but no proof of foul play was ever uncovered. It was concluded that one way or another, he had ended up in the water that night, and it was ruled an accident. The problem with that, though, is that aboard every ship, regardless of the weather or time of day, there's a watchman stationed at the stern, keeping an eye on things and watching for anybody who's fallen overboard specifically. For such a poor soul in the water, that vigilant sailor is their one and only chance for rescue. If they fail to spot you, you're as good as dead. It's entirely possible the watchman did not see Jack as he floundered in the waves, but the far more likely scenario is that he was already bound and unconscious or dead before even hitting the water. Kinda makes you wonder how many countless bodies have been tossed overboard, claimed by the sea, and been forgotten by history. I had pulled over one night to discipline my 2 young children when a car pulled up beside me and told me there had been a wreck just over the next hill. Traffic was completely stopped, so they suggested I take a side road that detoured the wreck entirely. I thanked them and they left soon after. I decided not to take that road because I'm from the country and I didn't want to get lost. As I drove by the detour road, I looked over, only to see the same couple had stopped and gotten out of their car. There was nothing but woods all around. It was just getting dark, and that's all I could see. The next morning, as I drove by the same road, I saw a dead-end sign just past where the couple had gotten out of their car. It still gives me the chills when I drive past it now, and it's been 15 years since that happened. I was living in Las Vegas at the time. I was 19 years old, and I lived in a trailer park in Northtown, a not-so-nice area of Las Vegas. The trailers were all about 10 feet apart at best. At about 11 p.m., I heard the sound of what sounded like bodies flopping on the ground from the trailer next door. It sounded like someone was wrestling or fighting or something. There was no yelling or loud voices or any other sort of sounds, though. Then I heard the screen door of the trailer open and a car speeding off as quickly as possible. I thought nothing more of it and kept to myself that night. My roommate was currently at work and wouldn't be home until the morning. I went to bed soon after. I was awoken, though, to a tapping on my front door. As I opened my eyes to check what was going on, I saw a police officer holding a shotgun leaned against my window. I woke up in a real hurry after seeing that and answered the door right away. The officer told me I had to vacate the premises immediately for my own safety. Apparently, those sounds I'd heard earlier were from my neighbor who'd stabbed and killed someone in their trailer. The road that I take to get to my house is very long and winding. It's surrounded by trees, and there are no other houses on it. It's just an extremely long road out right in the middle of nowhere. 7 years ago, in fact, a car with 4 people inside crashed into a tree on that very same road. It was an extremely big deal at the time because everyone in that car died. Supposedly, there was something wrong with their brakes, and the car just kept accelerating faster and faster, then finally hit a tree that was located almost at the very end of the road. Every day when I drive down that road, I think of how scared everyone inside that car must have been as they flew down that winding road at 100 miles per hour and finally lost control. I literally think about it every time I drive down it. Last weekend, I was driving home from work, and I had gotten off late. It was around 2 a.m. or so. I was driving down that road. The road was unpaved and very rough, so unless you have the right tires, you had to drive low and slow. I was driving down, going about 15 miles per hour, when I saw some people randomly standing next to a tree. I stopped the car after I passed them by, and saw in my passenger side mirror that there were 3 people walking toward my car. I immediately had a very bad feeling and hit the gas. I sped the rest of the way down the road, much faster than I ever had before. It was around that same area where the 4 people had died in that crash 7 years ago, actually. I only saw 3 people there, and I don't believe in ghosts or anything. There was no car on the road, though, and I can't think of a reasonable explanation as to why someone would be out there walking so late at night, walking down that very long road. Maybe it's a spot for ambushers or something. Every time I drive down that road at night now, I'm afraid I'll see those people again. I wonder what might have happened if I hadn't driven away from them. I grew up in an old farmhouse in a huge valley in a residential area. One night, my parents were out of town, and my aunt was staying with us to watch us. I was around 12 or 13 years old at the time. Me and my sister were playing on our trampoline, which was about 5 feet from the edge of a wooded hill. It was already dark outside, and it was fall as well. All the leaves had fallen to the ground. Out of nowhere, we heard a scream that could only be described as someone being murdered. Not only that, with those screams, we heard the sounds of the leaves rustling, like someone was frantically trying to get away from that area. My aunt heard it as well and came from inside the house. She ran out and saw us looking toward all the screaming. All of a sudden, it stopped completely. She told us to come back inside and grabbed the phone in her hand as she called the police. They showed up soon after and went to search the entire area for an hour. They didn't find anything, though. My brothers and I never went near that area again after. Let me start this up by saying that I'm 5 feet and 130 pounds, former military as well. I may be a bit on the smaller side, but I don't scare easy. I got hired by a security company, working the graveyard shift. I had a specific routine, too. I had to go to certain areas and hit them with a magnetized wand key to unlock doors and gates at specific times. It was nothing I couldn't handle, though. I was already a bit of an insomniac, and driving helped to clear my mind, so the job was almost ideal for me. After turning on a new route for a few days, I was ready to hit it on my own. This specific route took me to the edge of the city where the warehouse was. It was firmly country out there. There was no traffic and very few light posts either. Even the cell service was sketchy as well. I didn't understand why, but the guy that trained me was part Native American and seemed to be very adverse to this route for some reason. I soon came to understand why he felt that way though. The company cars we drove were hybrids, which were very helpful. I didn't have to stop for gas at all during my route. The night started off fairly normal. I picked up my keys from dispatch, checked the vehicle, and hit most of my points on schedule. I had my work phone and my personal phone in the cup holders of the vehicle. My giant flashlight was secured firmly to my hip. I made my way out to the outskirts of town to hit my next checkpoint. I exited the highway and didn't notice anything unusual. No traffic, no people, the area was very dimly lit and quiet as usual. I pulled around the warehouse to the side gate where my checkpoint was. That's when I noticed a dark figure standing under the light post a few yards away. Strange, but not exactly a crime. I continued to make my way forward, only to notice it seemed the figure had simply disappeared into the mist. Now I was spooked. I froze and didn't want to get out of my vehicle. I didn't want to lose my job either, though. I talked myself up into getting as close as I could to the gate without actually getting out of my car, hitting the checkpoint quick and getting the hell out of there. I tried convincing myself that I hadn't seen what I thought I just had. The figure had simply walked away quickly through the darkness and I'd missed it. Just as I approached the light post, though, my damn car turned off altogether. It was almost like the battery shorted out. There were no lights, and it refused to turn over. Soon after, the light post shorted out as well. There was no way in hell I was getting out of my car now. I tried to call dispatch on my work phone, but I couldn't get through. Next, I started calling my coworker from my personal phone, but same thing. I tried hitting the steering wheel, and eventually the car turned back on. I floored it all the way to the highway, nearly forgetting to turn the headlights back on. I didn't go back to that checkpoint all night either. When I was questioned about it by my boss, I explained what happened. He simply said, "No one told you?" Apparently everyone knew something weird was going on at that warehouse, and no one had bothered to tell me either, convinced they were all either individually crazy or because they thought I wouldn't believe them. I pleaded to be put on another route, but was softly denied. Before I reached the area the next time I was on patrol, I requested my supervisor to meet me at the checkpoint should my vehicle malfunction again. He informed me he would be a few minutes behind me. Now more satisfied that everything would go all right, I exited the highway. It was a typical quiet scene, but I was on edge. I felt my paranoia kicking in. I turned the corner to the checkpoint. The road was empty. I took a quick look around and got back in the vehicle. As soon as I closed my door, though, I saw a woman standing in the middle of the street. Slightly creeped out, I closed my door and tried to get a good look at her before calling dispatch. She had long hair that was covering her face and was staggering around in a strange way. She moved over to the side of the road opposite the warehouse, leaving me just enough room to pass by. I decided to chance it rather than wait for such a strange person to approach me. I floored it. The vehicle started to act strangely a few feet past the woman. I screamed beyond frustrated, punching the steering wheel. I called my supervisor, only to receive no answer. In the rearview mirror, I could see the woman walking toward me. Then she ducked out of sight. I freaked out. Suddenly, the woman jumped up from the passenger side window and started screaming at me like she was a banshee on fire. She began to bang her bony fists against the window. All I could do was keep trying to turn the ignition. The woman kept banging the window and screaming about how she could see me. She hit the window once more. She kept pounding and pounding. I considered trying to make a run for it, but before I could decide, I saw headlights of another vehicle with their high beams on rounding the corner. The woman turned and ran and vanished out of sight. I noticed there was a small crack on my window. I turned my key again, and the ignition kicked to life. The car that came around from the warehouse turned out to be my supervisor. He called me up and instructed me to follow him to the nearest gas station so he could check out the damage that was done to the car. Once we got there, he found a few scratch marks down the side of my vehicle. There were also some dents in the passenger door where it appeared someone had kicked it. Of course, there was also the small crack in the window. I really had no idea what to think about that. We reviewed the security camera footage and saw my vehicle drive up to the checkpoint in perfect condition. So I guess that girl really did all that damage. That was enough for me to resign from my position. I decided the day shift was the place to be after that. When the first paranormal movie came out, I was still living at home with my mom. I saw it with my then boyfriend and was obviously terrified by it. Later that night, after we'd watched it, I was in bed tossing and turning for about an hour or so. I was too freaked out to fall asleep. Every little noise in the house got my heart thumping. When I'd just about been to actually fade into sleep, I began to hear something in the kitchen at the other end of the house. I heard footsteps slowly going down the hall, getting closer to my room. I also heard what sounded like someone sliding their hand along various surfaces. 2 seconds away from bursting into screams, my bedroom door suddenly shot open. I began screaming bloody murder, only to see that it was my mom. She had been sleepwalking the entire time. She began screaming too, as she'd just woken up standing in the middle of my bedroom, which made me freak out even more. It was extremely scary in the moment, but I guess thinking back on it now, it's actually pretty funny. I was 4 years old, camping with my family. We went walking in the woods when I stopped to tie my shoe for a moment. My parents also slowed down, but they were walking a little ways ahead of me. All of a sudden, out of nowhere, this woman with the exact same colored hair and eyes as me rushed up to me. She got down on one knee and held her arms out to me. She even addressed me by my name and called to me with tears in her eyes. "Don't you remember me? I'm your real mommy. You were taken away from me when you were 2. I was immediately terrified. I ran away from the woman to my parents and tried to tell them about the lady. When they looked back, they only caught a brief glimpse of her running away, and this messed me up for years. I really thought that lady was telling the truth until I was about 10 years old or so. I was convinced that I had been kidnapped from her, when in reality, she was trying to kidnap me. My mom has brown hair and blue eyes, you see, and my dad also has brown hair and brown eyes. I didn't know back then you could have different kinds of hair and eye colors from your parents. I have blonde hair and green eyes, and that lady, whoever she was, took advantage of that to try and kidnap me. I'm a 911 dispatcher, and I work the night shift. At my agency, we work 12-hour shifts with one partner. I'm no longer on the same shift with the partner I was on that night. However, the change is simply a scheduling change. To give some background, my dispatch center currently only dispatches fire and EMS, not law enforcement. We're located in one of the fire stations, and the station is only staffed by the 2 dispatchers and 2 medics. In the same area, there's another separate, larger building where our administrative staff such as HR and payroll works. During the regular work week, nobody is in that building past 1,700 hours, or on the weekends. In that building, there's a very nice updated firefighters' quarters, which includes a large kitchen, a pool table, a couple of large and comfy couches, and a television. Our department is a volunteer department, so the firefighters' quarters are not staffed or occupied unless there's a special event, or someone decides to crew the station for a night. Being on such long shifts, I sometimes cook when the phones aren't ringing. Our area also has a small kitchen. We're often missing a pot or a pan, so we'll venture over to the nice updated quarters because they have what we need or are missing. About 3 or 4 months ago, late at night, I was trying to bake some banana bread. and we of course did not have a bread pan. It was around 2:30 in the morning, and I told my partner Mike I was going to run over to the admin building real quick to see if they had what I needed. I grabbed my badge that allowed me to buzz into our buildings after hours and walked out the door. I started walking across the parking lot and took in the fresh, chill yet crisp air that met me. It was a short walk over to the admin building. I flashed my badge up to the buzzer and heard the lock click. The night was extremely dark, and only the building's exterior lights were on, so the inside was dark as well. I walked in and turned to my immediate right to buzz into the firefighters' quarters. I had my iPhone playing my Spotify playlist and tucked it into my back pocket. I walked into the firefighters' quarters and flicked on the 2 kitchen lights, but left all the others off. I began sorting through all the cabinets trying to find my bread pan. I was having quite a bit of difficulty finding it though. I decided to look in their large walk-in pantry instead. As I'm ruffling through everything though, I hear a muffled bang from outside the firefighters' quarters, out in the main lobby. It wasn't extremely loud, but it was loud enough for me to hear it over my music playing. I stopped and froze. I thought for a second that maybe Mike had followed me over to come check on me or something, since it was taking me so long. That was quickly debunked though, when I realized 2 things. First, even if he was worried, he wouldn't leave dispatch without anyone at a console ready to answer a 911 call. Second, I had my cell phone on me, so he would have just called or texted me, not followed me over. My second thought was I must have left the doors unlocked on accident, and somebody had followed me in. That was also quickly debunked though. The doors aren't manually locked and unlocked. They automatically lock about 10 seconds after the initial buzz in. I quickly found myself on edge, but figured it was probably just the loud air ducts, or perhaps the heating kicking in. It was a very large building after all. I kept rifling through the pantry without further incident. Still no bread pan though. I exited the pantry and closed the doors, and walked over to the sink to check in the dishwasher, thinking someone may have used it already and not put it away. Soon after I walked to that area though, a strong, unpleasant, very recognizable scent took over my senses. It hit me all at once, and I couldn't believe how repulsive it smelled. As an EMT, I was able to identify the scent right away from the few times I'd encountered it. It smelled like that of a decomposing body or something. I started commenting to myself how wretched it smelled, and that the firefighters really needed to man up and do a better job of keeping up with this area. Not a second after I'd made my remark about lazy firefighters, I heard a deep, manly scoff and a chuckle coming from the other side of the quarters. I was not immediately alarmed, only slightly startled. I walked over to see who the hell happened to be in there at such a late hour, without knowing what they were doing. I walked out of the kitchen expecting to meet someone wearing the fire department clothing, but nobody made themselves readily known. I followed up with a curious, "Hello?" I made an awkward chuckle, as well as thinking about how stupid I must have looked blindly looking for this firefighter who'd startled me. There was nothing and nobody around though. I can hardly explain the feeling, but an ominous presence washed over me. My eyes began watering, my arms were raised with goosebumps, and my heart was almost doing backflips in my chest. I looked left and right to find nobody there still. I walked over to the light switch and flipped them all on. All of them switched on, except for the one closest to the couches and TV. I just about lost my stability. I looked over at the dark section with the couch facing away from me. I just imagined a crazed killer laying on the couch with a sinister smile spread across their face and hiding from me just out of sight, ready to jump up at any moment. I began rationalizing though and realized I was being way too dramatic. I had to use my badge not once but twice to gain access to the area where I was in, so it was clear nobody was there who shouldn't be there. I spoke up again, now really thinking it was a firefighter messing with me. It wouldn't be cool, but it wouldn't be out of the ordinary either. "Hey man, you scared me. I'm just trying to find a bread pan. How come you didn't tell us you were crewing tonight?" I began approaching the couches, hoping someone would answer me. Nobody responded though. I stopped about halfway from the lights to the couch and waited for another second. Okay, screw off, dude. It smells like literal death in here. You need to clean the hell up. It's nasty. At this point, I was getting real mad. This guy was messing with me. It seemed like a cruel and mean thing to do. Still, no one answered me though. I started to second guess myself. Maybe it was my music that somehow sounded like someone laughing. I took a deep breath and went to grab my badge. I closed the dishwasher. It was clear I was not going to find my beloved pan. I walked over to where I'd previously smelled that bad smell, and much to my surprise, it no longer smelled like that anymore. There was still a lingering unpleasant odor, but nowhere near as strong. I slammed the dishwasher shut and turned to leave. I switched off the lights and pressed the bar to walk out the door when I heard what sounded like nails against the textured wall coming up from behind me. I whipped back around, getting ready to lay hard into this jerk trying to scare me. I wanted him to know how screwed he would be once the chief got wind of all this. After all, it was way too early for these kinds of shenanigans. I was way over it. Despite being a smaller female, I was gonna teach this idiot a lesson or two. Once again though, I didn't see anybody immediately when I turned around. The sound still continued though, only it sounded like it was shuffling away now. I backed up into the press bar again with some force. This time I nearly fell through the doorway. I turned to run out of the firefighters' quarters. As I turned and began quickly pacing out of the admin building, I caught a glimpse of a dark figure standing at the end of the long open lobby near the side exit door. The most eerie part was how his silhouette was illuminated by the green exit sign. All I could make out in that split second was whoever this was very large. That solidified the whole experience for me, as I knew nobody should have been in that building. I ran all the way across the parking lot, back to dispatch, and buzzed myself in frantically. I apologized to Mike for taking so long and word vomited the entire encounter to him. He seemed shocked and had never heard of anything like that happening. He's also a firefighter with the department and had been there for many years, yet nobody had ever said anything similar happened. We decided to watch the security cameras posted outside and watch over that entrance to the admin building. No one seemed to have exited during the night. We investigated the next morning, only to find nothing out of place and nothing unusual as far as I know. There haven't been any deaths or anything like that occurred on this property, and I've never experienced anything out of the ordinary sense, so I don't think this is some random ghost story or anything like that. I tend to think rationally, as you do in my field. I've heard my fair share of horrors and nightmares unfolding on the phone with callers, and seen many things out in the field. This experience definitely scared me though. I'll never forget that bone-tingling fear of someone being able to see you, but knowing you can't see them. My hometown hit the national news on April 16th to April 23rd, 2017. The Facebook killer was found at a local McDonald's and was chased towards the downtown area, where eventually he offed himself. This story is about my very close encounter with that man. I'm a 25-year-old female. It all started on Sunday, April 17th. It started out as a normal day. I woke up around 3:30 p.m. as I worked the night shift at a local fast food restaurant. I wouldn't go into work until around 5 p.m. or so. Work went on as normal until my boss got a text from his roommate saying there was a guy that shot an old man and filmed it on Facebook Live. Because we had been there all night, we hadn't heard of this yet. There were apparently various reports of him being seen in our city at a store that was near the restaurant as well. Those reports were unverified though, and the police said there was no reason for them to believe he was here. My boss dismissed it as a social media frenzy and a bunch of misinformation, although he did make sure to double-check our lobby doors and make sure they were indeed closed and locked. The rest of the night went on like any other Sunday night. At home, I woke up at around 3:30 a.m. or so and hopped on social media, trying to see if they'd found that Facebook killer yet. To my dismay, he was still at large. Luckily, there were some reports he was spotted in Philadelphia. I was relieved, but decided I would walk home that night after work. My shift went by slowly but smoothly, and at around 2 a.m. or so, I got out of work. I decided I was going to stop by a 24-hour store that was nearby. I picked up some groceries and was done about 2:45 or so. As I was walking home, though, I see a man in a white Ford Fusion. I was extremely paranoid at this point, so I dove into some bushes, hoping and praying he didn't see me. The car ended up pulling into another fast food restaurant, but without stopping the car, he turned around and pulled away. I continued to sit in those bushes until his headlights were out of sight. I then booked it home and went straight to bed. The next morning, I woke up and found out that the Facebook killer had been seen driving in my city once more. Driving, you guessed it, a white Ford Fusion. He'd been spotted the previous night, about 500 yards away from where I work. While I was hiding in those bushes, that sighting of him was shortly before the police chase started that eventually ended in him losing it. I understand the story might not seem particularly scary on the surface, but to me it could have meant my life had he seen me. He stated on a Facebook Live video that he was going to kill as many people as he could before the police caught him. In retrospect, I probably should have called the police as soon as I saw that car, but obviously I was not 100% sure it was him. I'm still pretty on edge about the whole thing. I feel very sorry for that poor man he killed as well. This guy was severely mentally ill. He should have gotten the help that he so desperately needed before going off the deep end, but I guess that doesn't always happen. This happened to me last spring. I live in a quiet part of northern London and attend a very academic all-girls school in my neighborhood. Since my school is so extremely prestigious, we were required to complete the Bronze Duke of Edinburgh program as part of the school curriculum. When our first ever expedition was coming up, we all felt pretty confident about it. Since we were a useless bunch of teenagers, though, our teachers thought it might be helpful for us to practice setting up at least a little bit beforehand. I didn't really like the sound of that. It all was just so utterly creepy to stay in school overnight on some tiny playing field in a far corner of the campus. The most disturbing part to me was that this field faced an abandoned building. Even though it was separated by a stone wall, it still looked extremely creepy. It was one of the only abandoned houses in the neighborhood, and the fact it was such an oddity made the situation even worse. We came to school that evening to practice setting up the tents. It was honestly kind of weird seeing the school without any students in it. It seemed so much bigger than it was in the daytime. I was in the same tent as my best friend Kate. She was assigned to my group for the expedition. As I expected, I was not able to fall asleep easily in that tent though, so I kept going through my phone until it was late at night. I was sure that everyone was asleep, including Kate. I started to drift off about 2 a.m. Then though, it started to rain. It was in that moment I understood that I should have been listening to the teacher's explanation of how to correctly put up a tent, because it slowly started to fill up with water with us inside. I imagine we probably hadn't zipped up the outer layer properly, so I gathered every bit of strength I had and climbed outside, leaving my phone behind. I struggled for a while, but ended up successfully zipping up the tent. By the time I was finished, I was soaking wet, so I decided to grab a dry hoodie from my PE kit. I made my way over to our PE department, which had been left open just in case we needed to use the bathrooms. The halls were pitch black, so I was extremely creeped out as I went to the changing room. I turned the lights on and changed into my dry hoodie. When I pushed down the door handle to leave though, For some reason, I found it was now stuck and refused to budge. In fact, it almost felt as if someone was holding on to the handle on the other side. Being my 14-year-old self, I quietly called out, "Hello?" There was no response. I then asked in a very firm and clear-sounding voice, braver than I'd ever felt before, "Is there anybody there?" Again, there was no response. I started wiggling the door handle so hard that it actually came off right in my hand. At this point, the lights went out in the changing room. The situation seemed as though it was straight out of a horror film, but reality was now catching up to me. I could now clearly tell that somebody was on the other side of the door because the light switch to the room was on the outside. I was about to have a panic attack, so without thinking, I started banging on the door and kicking while screaming for help at the top of my lungs. I was desperately hoping that a teacher or a security guard would hear me. I think it only angered the person on the other side of the door, though. I saw the part of the door which the handle was still screwed on begin to slowly turn. I immediately ran to the other side of the changing room and locked myself in one of the shower stalls. That was the only place I had to hide. As soon as I locked the stall door, behind me I heard the door opening and a heavy footstep entering the room. I suspected this must be a man. I tried to silence my breathing with my hand, but I don't think I did a very good job. The footsteps soon stopped right outside my shower stall. At first, I didn't quite comprehend what he might be doing, but then I saw an eye glaring at me through one of the gaps between the door hinges. That was the most scared I had ever been in my life. I screamed like there was no tomorrow. I unlocked the door and kicked it open as hard as I could, smashing the man right in the face. I ran out of the changing room and down the hallway, screaming so loudly my own ears began to ring. The building was 20 meters away from the playing field, but I remember clear as day while I was running away. I turned around and saw a figure in a dark hoodie. I ran as fast as I could while screaming at the top of my lungs. That woke up most of the people that were sleeping in the tents. I was having a panic attack, and I couldn't breathe correctly for 10 minutes after I arrived to them. I explained to the teachers what had happened after I calmed down. They called the police, but the man was never found in the end, probably because I accidentally gave him so much time to escape. Everyone was sent home straight after. I suspect whoever this was had been watching all of us from the abandoned building across the way that night. It still haunts me even to this very day. When I was 12, my family lived in an isolated house deep in the woods. I remember it was December just before Christmas, and we were gathered around the Christmas tree in the living room, watching TV. Maybe around 10 o'clock or so, I decided to go to bed. My bedroom was on the ground floor, while everyone else's was upstairs. I remember I fell asleep without much trouble, but later on that night, I awoke seemingly for no reason at all. I rolled over to face the window that sat next to my bed. The side of the house where my window faced was pressed right up against the trees. For anyone to look inside, they would have to walk through the undergrowth and duck under some branches just to come close enough to it. That was the reason I didn't have any curtains. I figured there was no point to having them in the first place. When I woke up, though, a terrible, vulnerable feeling washed over me. Right then, a feeling I had never experienced before came to the front of my mind. Next to that window, it felt as if I was being watched. There was no light on in my room, but likewise there was nothing illuminating outside my window either. I stared at the window for a few moments, then I sat up. I thought I was just imagining things, but just as I was about to lay back down, I saw the shuffling of movement outside. I sat bolt upright, but I didn't hear anything else. After another moment, I laid back down. Even though I felt uneasy, I started to drift back off to sleep unwillingly. A short time later, I don't know exactly how long, I woke up again. This time though, it was because I was suddenly freezing cold. I shivered all over and climbed out of bed. I suppose I'd already forgotten about the feeling I had earlier. I left my room and walked down the hallway without turning on any of the lights. I entered the kitchen. As I made the turn into the breakfast area, I felt a freezing cold breeze on my face. That's when I literally froze in my tracks. The back door was wide open, and snow was collecting just inside on the floor. I could make out in the snow the faint outline of tracks leading inside, but none walking away. There was a ringing sensation in my ears, and for a few moments, I found myself completely unable to move. Even to turn around was a monumental effort. And that's when I heard the slow, quiet turning of the door handle to my right, which led into the laundry room. I don't know exactly why I decided to do this, but I ran to the gun in the closet instead of upstairs to my parents' room. That was the first thought in my head. I had to get the gun and defend myself. I took the hunting rifle out and raised it just as my parents had taught me. The gun was not loaded, but I figured the rifle alone would be enough to scare off an intruder. I could now see a dark figure peeking around the entranceway to the kitchen. I couldn't make out any details, only that it was clearly an adult. I'm not sure how well the figure could see me, but I stammered out that I had a gun. What the figure said next I can remember clearly even to this day. In a happy sing-song voice, the person clearly spoke my first name, then added, "I'm not going to hurt you. I would never hurt you." I didn't recognize the voice at all. I had no idea who this could be, but clearly they knew me. I screamed like I was on fire. I sprinted back to my room and locked the door. I hurled myself under the bed. I could hear the man calling out my name as he followed me down the hallway. He made his way to the outside of my bedroom door. And that's when I heard my father scream from the top of the stairs. I heard the intruder bolt back down the hall and out the door into the snowy night. It took a while for me to calm down enough to go and unlock the door for my parents. For a while, they pretended not to know who this was, but a few years later when I was older, my dad admitted to me that the man was a former friend of his. He'd taken a special interest in me. He'd repeatedly asked my father if he could take me out to go shopping or for ice cream. Whenever my father refused, he started stalking me around our own property. I never had a clue about any of this. My parents called the police and pressed charges, but if the man was ever caught, I never heard about it. I did ask my parents about him every once in a while, but they would always just say, "It's over, don't worry." When my mom was 17, she and my grandparents went for a hike in the Belanglo State Forest in Australia. They had a holiday house in Burma, which they would quite often visit on the weekends, so going on hikes was pretty common. While hiking along the trail they had been down numerous times before, they suddenly came across a couple of abandoned hiking packs. Like those massive ones backpackers have. The packs were stuffed full of clothes and food, but no one else was in sight anywhere nearby. There also weren't any obvious signs as to why they would have been left behind like this. This was in the early 90s before cell phones were common, so they couldn't contact a ranger to come and have a look at them. My grandmother immediately became concerned about the strangeness of the situation, and she convinced my grandpa that they should immediately go back to the car. They did so. A few nights later, after they returned home to Sydney, my uncle called my grandmother into the living room and pointed at the TV. Apparently, some hikers from Germany had been reported missing. They were last seen in that area of the Belanglo forest. My grandmother immediately cried out that her gut feeling had been right, even though technically there was no evidence those bags they found belonged to those exact hikers. Further news reports came out, and a few years later in 1994, they had the entire family in hysterics. The remains of the bodies had been found in the home of Ivan Malat. He had massacred numerous victims in the forest and is now known as the Backpacker Killer. He's one of Australia's most notorious serial killers, and it's believed there are still bodies that have yet to be found. The worst part about it, though, is that those 2 hiking packs my family found were never definitively linked to any of the bodies. That means that for all we know, whoever owned them could still be buried in that forest somewhere, never found until this very day. On my 18th birthday, my 2 best friends and I grabbed a hold of a bottle of tequila and took off in my dad's car. We went to the old arcade by the shore of Lake Michigan. It had been closed down for a few years because, no joke, Jeffrey Dahmer had apparently targeted one of his victims there or something. And the police had sealed the place off to collect some evidence, and it was just never reopened to the public. On the far side of the building, though, there was a skate floor. One of my friends knew there was a way to break in through that area. Our plan was to get drunk and skate around before heading to the arcade. We knew we couldn't actually play any of the games. Obviously, the power would be out, but we thought it would be cool to look around for some old prizes or some souvenirs or something. We parked the car down by the lake and entered in through the side door. Even though the door said push, my friend pulled open the door with all his might and it just kind of cracked open easily. It was only a few inches though before a chain caught it in place. There was still enough room for all 3 of us to slip inside though. We each immediately took a shot and turned on our flashlights. We began to walk across the wide open floor with our footsteps echoing loudly throughout the large room. There were empty beer cans and all sorts of trash strewn all over the floor. We decided to strap on the skates we'd brought with us and ride around in the dark anyway. Yeah, we were some of the dumbest kids you've ever seen. But come on, we were having some fun. We didn't even make it 1 lap around though before one of my friends tripped over something hard that was sticking out of the ground. We all stopped and shined our lights over to the area and discovered the obstruction was actually a red candle of some sort. It had been melted down so far to its base that it had basically sealed itself against the floor and become a bump. Being the dumb kid I was, I took an awkward swing at it with my skate and knocked off a chunk of wax. I was going to keep right on skating, completely oblivious to the possibility of tripping over anything else, when my friend scanned his flashlight around the ground further. He discovered a big circle had been painted on the floor. Inside that circle were many other circles intertwining, and there were at least 5 or 6 other candles scattered about the entire area. I laughed and said, "Damn, some real exorcism shit went down here, man." My friend skated into the center of the circle, where something had clearly been burned there. The floor had long ago been scorched with black. I kept laughing, but my friends were more curious than amused now. They kept examining the circle, and another friend raised their flashlight to the ceiling. Just above the circle, somewhere in the rafters above, she noticed something. She then called out to us, "Hey, do you guys see anything up there?" My other friend and I glanced up, and we saw what appeared to be a few chains of some sort dangling from above. Something large and bulky was suspended just out of sight in the darkness. I leapt up and swatted at one of the chains. That was incredibly stupid because I was wearing skates and I fell flat on my ass. When I came back down, my friend immediately started choking and screaming though, not because of me, but because apparently when I'd smacked that chain, something wet had struck her head from above. My other friend shined his flashlight on her. We discovered some sort of dark red liquid dripping down her face in between her eyes and down her nose as well. We all freaked out and bailed, not even bothering to take our skates off properly. We awkwardly rolled back to the car, and my friend drove out of the property with her skates still on. She insisted she thought someone had followed us across the property lines and that she'd heard heavy footsteps pursuing us. I don't recall hearing anything though, but I was pretty buzzed at that point, so it might be paranoia or it might have actually happened. I couldn't really tell. I also forgot to mention that before we drove here, I had a few beers. Being a teen, I was pretty much a lightweight. Unbelievably, we made it home safely that night without crashing. We were at that place less than 20 total minutes. That building is gone now, demolished since long ago. Whatever we saw that night, it's long gone now, and I don't think we'll ever find out what it was. That begs the question though, what exactly was being suspended from the roof? I'll never be able to answer that question, but I have a very sneaking suspicion that the dark red liquid that struck my friend in the face was some sort of blood. I'm part of an all-female roller derby league. I would wake up at 6 and practice skating on the local basketball court for about 40 minutes. Then I'd hit the gym. Then I'd meet up with my team around 8 or so. To be a champion at this sport, you have to be more than just fast. You have to be made of stone, and you have to be prepared to knock somebody down at a moment's notice. I've been with my team, the Flying Banshees, for about 3 years now. We were at a match against our most hated opponents. It was at this incredibly old and run-down roller rink as well. As we were tearing around the court, the lights would often flicker a bit on and off, almost like strobe lights. Add in the occasional trickle of water from the leaking roof above, and it was by far the most dangerous course we had ever skated on. We really should have called off the match before it even started, but we hadn't driven 3 hours out there just to quit. Normally, before we'd even start skating, there was a coordinator who would check us over to make sure we were not carrying anything dangerous or illegal on our persons. It sounds ridiculous, but it's no joke. I even recall one time someone had hid some razor blades in their elbow pads. Apparently this day, no one had checked the other team though, because halfway through the match, as I'm flying around the rink trying to score some points on the board, I accidentally smashed right into a girl on the opposing team. She hit the ground real hard. I didn't hear the whistle though, so I kept right on going. You don't get into a sport like this without eating some floor sometimes. Heck, I myself have been flattened more than a few times by now. I always get right back up though and get right back into the game. As I was coming back around the track, I noticed the girl was standing back up and leaning against the barrier wall. Only she was staring at me with pure hatred in her eyes. Just as I was about to pass her by, I saw her pull something out from underneath her shirt. I raised both hands up instinctively because the lights had flickered. When they came back on in a brief moment, I saw a pocket knife being shoved through the palm of my hand. The momentum threw me off, and I just stared in disbelief. The pain hit me like a punch to the gut, and I went down hard. To make a long story short, I was rushed to the emergency room, and the girl was arrested for assault with a deadly weapon. Turns out it wasn't even her first offense. My hand was bandaged up. I was the first one to show at our next practice, with that big old brace on my arm. My teammates actually took to calling me the Claw, so I guess at least I got a pretty cool nickname out of it. One thing that still bothers me though, and sometimes I can't help but dwell on, if those lights hadn't flickered in that exact moment when they did, she might have planted that knife somewhere far worse than my hand. Back in the late 90s, my parents used to run a local skating rink in the small town I grew up in. There wasn't very much to do around that town, so most of the time my friends and I would hang out there at the rink. We weren't exactly the rebellious type, so we didn't do anything like go out back and smoke cigarettes or anything like that. We were all just about having fun skating. Since my parents both had day jobs, the rink would only be open between Thursdays and Sundays, which meant Monday through Wednesday I had the place all to myself. They would often have me meet them there after school, and I would either do my homework at one of the tables or throw on a pair of skates and roll around. They would then take care of the business stuff in the back. One rainy afternoon in February, when the rink was decorated all over with pink and red hearts for Valentine's Day, my mom and I stopped off there after she picked me up from school. I didn't have any homework to do that night, luckily, so I had the freedom to roll around all I wanted, while my mom took care of some paperwork in the back office. As I was out on the skating floor, doing laps while the Bee Gees were playing over the PA system, I noticed what looked like the silhouette of a person ducking behind one of the barricades. The lighting wasn't very good though, since the place was technically closed right now. Only about half of the overhead lights were on. I was used to skating in the semi-darkness, but I would be lying to you if I said it was completely safe. There were lots of isolated spots where you couldn't really see just beyond the barricade. Being a dumb kid, I ignored that possibility of a creepy figure crouching in the darkness and just kept on skating. A few minutes later, I'd made it to the far side of the rink to step off the skate floor when all of a sudden an arm shot out from behind the barricade and grabbed my face. A hand wrapped around my mouth and covered my eyes. Seconds later, I felt another arm wrap around my neck in a chokehold. My skates were jerked out from beneath me as I was being dragged away sideways. My legs were dragging behind me. I couldn't regain my balance because the wheels of the skates kept sliding around beneath me. Had the intruder continued to simply drag me away, I probably would not have been able to escape from their grip. For whatever reason, though, they decided to try and lift me up off the ground, maybe to get a better grip on me. My feet left the floor and were no longer sliding. I took advantage of that moment to try and kick the guy as hard as I could. My skates connected right with the middle of his shin. The man cursed and stopped in his tracks. I kicked him over and over again until he released me. By some miracle, I landed on my skates well enough to skate away like a bird flying across the skate floor to the other side of the rink. I glanced behind me to see the figure exiting out the back door, holding his leg in pain with a limp. A minute or so later, I explained to my mom through a river of tears what had just happened. She immediately locked down the building and called the police. To make a long story short, the cops never found who the would-be kidnapper was. I couldn't give a very clear description of him because it all took place in one of the dark areas of the rink. Needless to say, this put a stop to my after-school skating sessions for a while. After the incident, we made it a point to check the place more often and make sure all the doors were locked and secured. About 5 years later, my parents ended up selling the roller rink. It was just too much for them to handle on top of already having full-time jobs. People always ask me why I didn't bite or scream or fight back. Well, in that moment, I was honestly so shocked. For the few seconds it took, I didn't even know how to react. I'm glad I had the clarity of mind to kick out when I did, or else who knows what might have become of me. Despite the terrible experience, though, I hated watching the place being torn down. After it was sold, they tore it down to make way for a new subdivision or something. That's always stuck with me over the years. Something that I was too young to realize at the time was that the kidnapper must have known that I sometimes skated in that rink alone. I sometimes wonder, how many times was I ice skating by myself, completely unaware that someone was watching me from the shadows? My twin sister and I rent a small house at the end of a cul-de-sac. Beyond the tree line in our backyard is a chain-link fence, and behind that fence is a closed-down Toys R Us store. Now, I don't recommend anyone else try this, as it's technically trespassing, but ours is a unique situation. We couldn't resist taking advantage of it. When big franchise stores go out of business, they liquidate all their stock. Most of it gets heavily discounted for the sake of clearing the shelves, while some of the nicer stuff gets packed up and shipped off to warehouses, where I'm sure they'll be sold online or something. Quite a bit of it, though, is just junked away. My sister and I would just watch as employees would exit out the back and dump load after load of merchandise into the dumpsters. Keep in mind, none of this is great quality stuff. In fact, it's mostly cheap shit. But the way I see it, once it's in the dumpster, it's trash, and it's free because of that. After business hours, my sister and I would wheel our rolling suitcase back through the trees and sneak through the opening. We'd go through the fence and go dumpster diving. We found a few neat things over time too, mostly posters or displays for video games, some cheap action figures and dolls every now and then, a few board games and damaged boxes. We would collect it all the same, put it all in our little suitcases and head back home. Now, given that we're in our 20s, we knew we shouldn't have been doing this at our age, but we couldn't resist saving all this cool stuff. I mean, it was just gonna rot away in the landfill anyway. Most of it we actually kept, and some of it we even gave away to friends. We didn't resell any of it online or anything. After we'd gone dumpster diving about 7 or 8 times, I was getting pretty tired of it. There was always actual trash in the dumpster as well that we would have to sort through, including old food. Once I even had flies buzz right into my mouth. Needless to say, I was ready to call it quits on this whole thing. But my sister pressured me into doing it one last time. Normally, we would go at dusk and stay for about 20 minutes or so, then leave. We didn't like going after nightfall, because then we would need flashlights, and that would draw too much attention to ourselves. The final time we went was already after dark though, mostly because I'd procrastinated quite a bit. I really didn't want to go. When my sister and I slipped into the opening in the fence, I handed her one of those tiny keychain flashlights and told her to keep it handy while she looked around. She hopped into the dumpster and started digging through all the junk. I recall it was mostly just shelving at this point. A few of those plastic displays for posters were left as well. I was casually pacing back and forth watching the area around us and taking the stuff she handed to me. I tossed it into a bag. For the record, neither of us had been drinking. We weren't carrying any weapons and we weren't acting obnoxious or drawing attention to ourselves either. In fact, we were barely talking. Yeah, we were trespassing, but that alone isn't enough of a crime for what was about to come. After about 10 minutes or so, I told my sister it was time to go. She was making way too much noise shifting around all those shelves. I was worried we were going to be caught. I was zipping up the bag when I heard the chain link fence rattle back around where the opening was. Now, in retrospect, this may have had nothing to do with what was about to happen, but a part of me still thinks it was connected. I didn't have a flashlight myself, so I couldn't check the area to investigate. I had entered that fence though often enough to know exactly what it sounded like when someone passed through. I started tapping the side of the dumpster, telling my sister to hurry the hell up. She pulled out a cracked Iron Man mask and handed it to me, then began to crawl out of the dumpster. Right as her feet touched the pavement, the lid of the dumpster swung down hard and slammed itself right on her fingers. The sound of the lid falling that hard was like a bomb going off. I jumped about a foot into the air, and my sister cried out in pain and started cursing. Next thing we knew, there was what sounded like a war cry coming from behind the dumpster. A man stepped out from behind, clearly having closed the lid himself. He stepped out swinging and swung one of those retractable nightsticks right at my head. It was pure luck that I chose to step backward in that moment and barely dodged the blow. The baton made a loud clanging against the dumpster. The man screamed like a madman and swung at me again. I yelled for my sister to run. We abandoned the full suitcase and sprinted toward the front of the building. The man was still chasing after us, screaming in a language we couldn't understand. He was right on our heels at first, but my sister and I were both in pretty good shape, so after a while we left the guy in the dust. Fortunately, we were both in our sneakers that night. As the man fell further behind, he hurled his baton at us. It clattered across the pavement to my right, but we kept on running. Once around the front of the building, we began sprinting to the road. The guy turned the corner after us and slammed right into one of those freestanding cement poles that are normally located by the entrance to prevent cars from driving through the doors. I glanced over my shoulder only to see him hit the ground and immediately pop right back up like he'd barely felt it. We kept on running. We made it to the intersection, and I shoved my sister in the direction of the house. I told her to keep running. This is the part that blows my mind. Not only was the man still chasing us, but he was still screaming at the top of his lungs. Now he pulled out a stun gun, which was buzzing loudly in the air as he ran. I neglected to mention this earlier, but this man was clearly not a security guard either. He was not wearing a uniform and was completely out of his mind. I yelled at someone who was idling at the stoplight to call the cops, then took off in the opposite direction. Fortunately, after I crossed the road and ran down a few back alleys, I ended up losing the man. I could still hear him screaming though. I doubled back as I watched him run in between parked cars up and down the street, clearly furious he had lost us. I kid you not, he then set one of his own sleeves on fire. I cut back around a gas station and made it for home. I heard the sirens approaching in the distance. When I got home, I discovered my sister was already safe, although one of her fingers were broken, and she ended up losing 2 of her fingernails as well thanks to the dumpster lid. I know the story might seem somewhat comical now looking back at it, but as it was happening, it was terrifying. It was just so surreal. This guy wearing a hoodie and jeans just came out of nowhere caked in sweat. He was clearly not a security guard or anything. He didn't even announce himself before attacking us. He just immediately started swinging away. I have a horrible gut feeling that he may have killed us had we chosen not to run immediately. My best guess is he was some random homeless guy with some serious mental issues. I don't know what ever happened to him, but needless to say, my dumpster diving days are very much over. So, the other night, my friends and I were walking to the movies at around 9 p.m. As we were heading through the plaza where the theater was located, I decided to stop and have a quick smoke in front of the empty storefront that used to be a Toys R Us. My friends all paused to wait for me and pulled out their phones while I leisurely peered through the window into the darkened store. I noticed the front doors were locked with chains on the outside. It was a bit weird how they were secured like that from outdoors where someone could easily break the lock and go inside. As I looked past my own reflection and let my eyes wander down the rows of empty shelves, I noticed a faint glimmer of light from down one of the aisles. I moved a few steps over and tried to get a better look at what this could be. When I noticed it again, I realized it wasn't a source of light in itself. It was a reflection of 2 points of light. This reflection was staring back at me, and I realized it was the light reflecting off someone's eyes from deep in the back of the store. I spoke aloud, "What? No way!" I pressed my hands up against the side of my face to get a better view, while my friends all asked me what was happening. The eyes shifted, marking the person was turning around. They vanished only for a second though, before reappearing in a new spot a few feet away. I knocked on the window and called out, "Hey, there's someone in there trying to freak me out or something." As soon as I said that, something large struck the window from inside the store. I leapt back in surprise. A large metal bracket had just been thrown against the window from somewhere in the store. My friends all saw it too, and immediately rushed over. I continued to retreat backwards. In that split second after the bracket struck the window, I thought I saw the eyes shift again, and I could barely make out a shadowy figure crawling across another aisle. They were not walking either. They were crawling on all fours like some sort of animal. Whatever I was witnessing was either a severely deranged human being or some sort of unknown creature. My friends started recording the inside of their store on their phones, but none of them could capture anything. It was just too dark beyond the window. I dropped my cigarette and immediately started walking away. Even if this was some prank, I was done with all that shit. We saw the movie as we intended and walked home using a different route without passing by that store again. I'm gonna be honest, after the movie I pretty much forgot all about the encounter until recently. I guess when something strange like that happens to you, your subconscious just kinda swallows it up and chooses to overlook it. It just kinda doesn't make any sense. Can't really be categorized since you don't know what it was all about, so you just kinda don't reflect on it. I did some research, and apparently that building is going to be demolished next month. I'm part of an exclusive girls-only paintball club. Normally, we meet about 8 or 10 times during the summer months to battle in designated paintball areas. On one occasion during the off months, though, we chose an isolated private location to meet instead. When the economy crashed back in '08, my neighboring town went to complete shit, and most of its residents took off. Because of this, there was an abandoned shopping plaza that was hidden behind a small section of woods. This area used to house a Toys R Us, a Kmart, and even a Goodwill before the whole thing was shut down. It had been deserted so long that 6-inch grass was growing up in between the cracks in the parking lot. Of course, there were chains and fences blocking off the property, but after scoping it out a bit, my girlfriends and I concluded it wasn't being actively monitored, and security wasn't making regular stops either. We decided to turn it into our personal battlefield. We broke open a few doors so we could run through the abandoned stores and make it more fun. Plenty of fixtures and shelving had been left abandoned. We dragged some of it out to the parking lot to use as obstacles for cover. We spent most of our Sunday afternoon there, paintballing and recoloring the whole place with splotches of red and blue everywhere. We were enjoying ourselves quite a lot actually, until we heard over the radio an emergency notice to stand down. Apparently, someone had been injured. We all gathered in what used to be the Toys R Us stockroom and discovered that one of our friends had fallen down a hidden shaft that had been hidden underneath a tarp lying on the floor. It was about an 8-foot drop and was only accessible by a ladder. It led down into some kind of a basement area. Our friend was bruised and shaken, but she would be just fine. A few of us helped her climb out, but myself and 3 others took flashlights down into that section of the basement. We soon discovered something very unnerving at the very end. There was a row of iron shackles bolted into the wall. There were scratch marks on the floor and wall too, and what looked to be long dried blood. It almost resembled some kind of torture chamber. A feeling of dread overwhelmed me. I can't quite explain it, but have you ever been to a place where you could just tell something terrible had happened there before? The iron chains didn't appear to be that old either. One of my friends approached the scratch marks on the wall and indicated to us that they appeared to be fresh as well. We gathered up our crew and left, making sure to take everything with us that may leave clues as to who we were. We anonymously reported our findings to the police, and we never returned to that property again. I'm a biologist and frequently find myself in remote locations because of this. This occurred when I was 26 and somewhere between green and seasoned. I was surveying some wetlands in a remote area of the Appalachians. It was a part of the region that's particularly dominated by thick pine forests. I always got on the county assessor site and printed off a map with landowner information so I wouldn't get tagged for trespassing. That'll get you shot if you're not careful. This particular site, there was a driveway that ran through the U.S. Forest Service land, which is public. That allowed me to get into this area a little quicker. This driveway was absolutely public property. At no point did I trespass during this event. I pulled onto this road that was clearly created by the USFS and pulled off to the side about 30 yards from a private entry gate. My vehicle was a government vehicle. The forest is old-grown pine, but the outer edges of the forest is thick with undergrowth, forming a sort of wall before you even get underneath all the pine trees. I walked about 200 yards in when nature started to call. I made like a bear in the woods and did my business. I'm used to this sort of thing, so it was no big deal. Midway through, though, I heard a yelling back at my truck. I thought, great, now what do I have to deal with? I was wrapping up my business and getting ready to walk back when I heard gunshots ring out. I stopped walking and thought, yeah, I'm not walking back in that direction. I was at a loss of what exactly I should do, though. I stood there for about a minute, considering my options, when I heard whoever it was breaking through the undergrowth on the edge of the forest. Well, shit, he's coming into the woods now. I thought again, this is public property. I was getting a really bad vibe creeping up my spine. This is absolutely the type of area where people just straight up disappear. It's very remote, and the communities are all very closed off. This county has more than double the amount of game wardens of other counties, for very good reason. I take off in a crouching jog, using my sense of direction to make it out to the main road. I was about 600 yards away when I heard more gunshots ring out. These had a crack to them, though. That meant they were coming in my direction. There was no way the guy could see me, but maybe he was hearing me and firing randomly above my head or something. Adrenaline started to kick in. I was now moving with a mix of terror and urgency to get back to the main road. I eventually made it and hid underneath a bridge. I called a colleague and gave him the details of where I was, so they could at least find my body or something. I then called 911. This was the first time in my life I ever had to call 911. The operator didn't believe me, but eventually I did get in touch with a deputy. Unfortunately, he didn't believe me either. He gave me some speech about how they were probably just shooting tin cans. Motherfucker, it's Sunday night at 7 p.m. He was too lazy to get off his ass. I moved further away into a public hunting area, and finally a game warden stopped by. At least he took me seriously. A few of the locals also came by as well, and commented that they knew that particular landowner. He's an asshole. He was from Louisiana, I guess, and not even a local. I got along well with most of the locals I had encountered, so this made a little bit more sense. After about an hour, the warden gave me a ride back to my state vehicle. That son of a bitch was parked on an ATV and had a rifle laid across his lap waiting for me in the dark. The warden and I got out of the car, and I just walked straight back to my truck and left. It was about 9 p.m. then, and I had a 4-hour drive to get home. Just enough time. I didn't want to talk to this guy. Now though, I kinda wish I knew what conversation the two had after I left. After this, I started carrying a firearm in the field with me at all times. I'm glad I trusted my gut feeling and insisted on an escort back to my truck. That was not an encounter or conversation I wanted to have with someone with an overactive trigger finger. I had all the guy's contact information from the county assessor site. I thought about mailing him a map clearly stating where his property line begins and ends, but I just let it go in the end. Maybe he thought I was some type of creeper or something. Either way, the guy's a fuckhead. I have a story of the most frightening thing that's ever happened to me. When I was 7 years old, I lived with just my mom. After she left my dad, she started dating this very nice man. He lived on our street, and after I'd say about a month of him dating or so, he started to stay over at our house at night. He was a dentist and was really funny. He used to tell me a lot of jokes before I went to bed, and say things like, "Did you make sure the monster under your bed isn't there tonight? If he is, just let me know and I'll beat him up real good for you." Being the young girl I was, I often would check under my bed just to make sure. One night he said what he normally said to me, but I responded, "There are no monsters. I've checked under my bed already." No monsters were ever there whenever I checked. Now, I told him monsters weren't real. He then looked at me and said they are real. He had seen them, and I needed to be careful. That night, I woke up to hear noises coming from underneath my bed. I was horrified, of course. I laid there just listening to these sounds. I was too afraid to check underneath. I told him I'd heard something underneath my bed that night, and he told me something along the lines of, "I told you so." That following night, I woke up to the same noises, but this time, I had the courage to look underneath. I stood up on my bed and jumped to my bedroom door, then turned on the light and kneeled down and looked underneath the bed. My mom's new boyfriend, the dentist, was laying underneath my bed smiling at me. He started to say something, but I ran to my mom's room and woke her up. Needless to say, she was very confused. After that night, I never saw that weirdo around again. I guess she dropped him like a hot rock or something. Hello everyone, I have a very creepy story to share with you all. It all happened in my own home about 3.5 years ago. I've been divorced for about 10 years now, and this happened one night when my kids were over at my house. I was asleep in bed when I began to hear a noise. It was a very startling noise, like cabinets being slammed in my kitchen repeatedly. I'll be honest, I was afraid to even go check what it was. I'd never heard something like this before in the middle of the night. My kids were home though, so I had to see what it was as fast as possible. When I went out to my kitchen, the noise had already stopped. The cabinet door to my pantry was open though, which it never was left open. I looked around my house and checked on my kids as well. They were both still in bed. My son was wide awake and had heard the noises too, but my daughter had apparently slept through it all. I didn't find anyone or any explanation for the noise. I returned to bed and stayed vigilant, but I didn't hear anything again that night. The very next night though, I was awoken once again to the exact same noises. When I rushed to check, I came up with nothing. Once more, my son had heard it too, but my daughter was fast asleep when I checked on her. I went back to bed and laid there awake and confused for hours on end. I felt very nervous and scared about what that noise was. The next night though, I would find out exactly what was causing it. I was dead asleep when suddenly, right next to my bed this time, my closet door began violently slamming repeatedly. I jerked awake and turned over to see my daughter standing at the closet slamming the door over and over. I was terrified as I saw she was just staring at me with this wide grin. I jumped out of bed and stopped the door from slamming. I looked down into her eyes and she looked like she was not there. Apparently she was sleepwalking. The next day she told me she had no idea anything had happened at all. What's really unusual about this is that it never happened again. As far as I know, she never had another instance of sleepwalking after this. One night, I had fallen asleep on the bed in my work clothes. It had been a very long day, so I was really tired. When I awoke, it was still dark. I was somewhat delirious. I sat up and kicked off my shoes from my feet, when just then, I heard the baby on the baby monitor. I picked up the monitor and heard my wife humming. I smiled as she whispered, "Go to sleep, go to sleep." My smile faded though, as I turned over and saw my wife was still asleep in our bed. I sprinted to the baby's room. She was crying, and the window was left wide open. The screen was laying outside on the grass too. That was the most horrifying thing I could possibly imagine happening. Something very creepy happened to me on Christmas. I had celebrated the holiday that morning with my family and went to see my parents on Christmas night as well. I had to go into work though to finish up a proposal I was working on for a new potential client. I obviously didn't want to go, but it had to be finished nonetheless. I worked in a building downtown that was fairly close to a few nightclubs and bars. My office is on the 23rd floor, and in my position, I have an office, but most of the floor is filled with cubicles. My office is in the very far corner next to my boss's, so to get to that area, you have to walk by all the cubicles in the center. I didn't get there too late, probably around 8 or 9 or so, but there was nobody else there. This was my second time going it alone. It was pretty peaceful, actually. If I let my imagination run wild, however, I would get spooked quite easily. As I walked the path next to the cubicles, I was reminded of what I was currently missing at home while looking at all the Christmas lights strung up, decorating people's workspaces. There were no actual lights on, but it was lit up well enough by all these Christmas lights that I could still see. I reached my office and unlocked it. I walked inside but didn't close the door. My computer and desk faced away from my door, so I couldn't see anyone that approached my door. On work days, I always found this very annoying, as I never knew who would be knocking until I got up and opened the door to check. I sat down and began working as quickly as possible. I wanted to get home as soon as I can. After a while, I'd say about an hour into it, I heard the main entrance door close. I'd never heard it open, but when it closed, it made a distinct noise that was unmistakable. I wasn't too spooked at this point, though. I was just curious as to who else was unlucky enough to have to come in and finish something with me. I got up from my desk and walked out onto the floor. I looked around, but I didn't see anybody there. I called out fairly loudly, "Hello?" Nobody responded at that moment, though. I started to get paranoid and freaked out because I definitely just heard the entrance door close. Somebody was here. Either they'd left immediately or they were still in here with me hiding, not responding to what I was saying. I was just about to turn around and go back into the office and try to brush off what I heard when I saw a head stick up out of the cubicle on the opposite side of the floor. Whoever it was looking right at me. I could see it appeared to be a man, but I couldn't make out any details of his face. I thought it must be one of my coworkers messing with me, so I shouted over to him, "Hey, what a time to have to come in, huh?" I hoped whoever it was would stand up and laugh with me, but they didn't. The man didn't move at all. This scared the crap out of me, so I tried to make conversation again. "Hey, guy, you know I can see you, right?" He didn't move at all. I wasn't sure what to do now. I was scared shitless, so I felt through my pocket for my keys. They were still there. I started walking down the path toward the entrance door, the whole time keeping a firm eye on this guy. As I was walking, I think he was watching me go. I looked over to the entrance door for just a second. One damn second. When I looked back, the man was already gone. After seeing this, I thought, oh my god, is he moving over toward me? I jogged the rest of the way to the door and rushed through it. I jogged over to the elevator too and slammed that button down hard. I turned around quickly as I heard the entrance door slam closed. It made that same distinct noise as before. The elevator door thankfully opened right away, and I went inside. I hit the first floor button, and the door closed quickly. I didn't see the guy following me. I drove home and told my wife what happened. I also had to call my boss and tell him the reason for not finishing my proposal that night. Thankfully, he was fairly understanding. I went back 2 days later with everyone else. I never found out who that guy was or what that was all about. Nothing was stolen or tampered with to my knowledge, so what could he have been there for that night? This encounter happened to a friend and coworker of mine about 15 years ago. We'll call this friend Jody, and she lived in a suburb of Los Angeles, California, with her parents and older brother. It was a pretty nice neighborhood, and they didn't really have to worry about crime or break-ins or anything like that. One night though, at about 2 a.m., Jody was woken up by a loud knocking at the front door. She jumped out of bed and ran into the hallway, where her parents and brother were also coming out of their rooms. The knocking had since turned into a furious pounding. "Stay here," said her father as he made his way to the front door. All of a sudden, there was a muffled male voice shouting, "Help me! Help me!" Jody and her mom grabbed each other in fear. Her dad looked out the peephole, only to see there was nobody there. He then looked out the front window too, where he could see part of the front door and porch, but he still couldn't find anyone. He walked back towards his family when the knocking started up again, this time much more frantic. The voice called out once more, "Help me! Help me, please!" Jody's dad went to the phone and called 911. While he was talking with the operator, her brother had walked up to the front of the house. The pounding was still going, getting faster and faster until it was a constant banging and pleas for help. At this point, Jody was in tears from fright. She looked over at her brother, who was standing in the family room now. It was located just to the left of the front door. His face was pale white, and he made a gesture for them to come join him. Jody, her mom, and her dad, who was now off the phone with the police, hurried into the family room, where they immediately realized why her brother's face had gone so pale. The pounding and shouting appeared to be coming from underneath their floor. The police arrived minutes later. It turned out that some guy in his 20s had gotten high out of his mind that night on crack and made his way into the crawl space underneath the house. They never did find out his intentions, but it was assumed he was trying to find his way inside, presumably to rob them. Then, though, he got disoriented because he was so high and freaked out, hence the pounding and shouting. This story still gives me goosebumps to this day. I spent the first 10 years of my life in the city of San Jose, California. Whenever my mother could afford it, she would take me to a theme park in the neighboring town of Sunnyvale called Great America. We went about once or twice a year. The rides were all really fun, and the food was great too. I wasn't paying, so I had a good time whenever we went. That is, except for one time when I was 7 years old. About an hour or two into our day there, I got that feeling. You know, the one when you get that sneaking suspicion that someone you can't quite see is watching your every move. I mentioned it to my mother, and she said I was just imagining things. We went on about our day, and it was very fun as usual, but I still couldn't shake that feeling all day. In fact, it steadily got worse and worse until I literally started begging my mom to take me home. Eventually, she obliged, but she couldn't figure out what had gotten into me. Now, a little backstory. My parents got divorced when I was only a baby. When I was about 11, they reconnected and decided to get back together. So we moved to a shitty little town up north called Eureka. My dad's dad, I refuse to refer to him as my grandfather, lived in that same town. He never talked to anyone, not even his own son. He was in every sense of the word a recluse. He passed away not long after we moved there, and my dad, being his next of kin, was tasked with going through his things. The first word that came to mind when we entered the house was paranoid. There was at least one rifle in every single room, sometimes 2 or 3. There was a Colt 45 under his pillow, and another under the driver's seat of his car. There was a snub-nosed 38 in a Ziploc bag in back of the toilet. There were cameras mounted on every exterior wall, and there were boxes upon boxes of VHS tapes with the collected recordings from these cameras, some of which were nearly worn out from repeated viewing. Suddenly, from the master bedroom, I heard my mom yell out, "What the fuck?" My mom very rarely swore in front of me, so I knew it had to be something fairly serious. I ran into the bedroom, and what I saw in my mom's hand shocked me to my core. It was photos of me and my mother at the theme park that day. I was about 7 in those photos, walking along with a corn dog in one hand and a drink in the other. I had a suspicious look on my face, and I instantly remembered that day. My mother said that she felt faint and left the room. As it turned out, there were hundreds of pictures of us from that day, as well as from other times and places too. Some of them even appeared to have been taken from within arm's reach. I never felt so creeped out in my life. I don't know why he was spying on us, and I'm not sure I want to know. This incident happened about 7 or 8 months ago. I was the night shift desk clerk at a hotel, and let's just say there are a steady stream of creepers that pass through the lobby. I've had a ton of uncomfortable situations throughout my 3 years of employment there, but there was one particular guy that terrified me. It was around 2 a.m. or so when the guy walked into the lobby. The first thing I noticed was that he smelled god-awful, like burning plastic or something. I shrugged it off though, because at the time there were a lot of contractors that were in the area, working at a chemical plant nearby. I just assumed he was one of those workers, looking for a quick nap or a hot breakfast. The morning came by and my shift ended. Fast forward to my next shift the following night. The smelly man from the night before had left all of his belongings in his room and was now nowhere to be found. He'd only paid for a single night, so the housekeepers had to move all his things to the storage room so they could prepare the room for the next guest. Around 8:30 p.m. or so, I get a call from a police officer. Apparently, this guy was a wanted fugitive because he'd nearly beat his wife to death just 2 hours before he checked in. I informed them of the items he'd left in the hotel room. I get the whole "do not engage, he's a dangerous and violent offender" speech, and now I was really scared. They said it was highly unlikely he would come back, but to excuse myself politely and call them if he did show up. Well, needless to say, he ended up back in the lobby not even 20 minutes later. He demanded the luggage he'd left behind. At this point, I'm doing whatever it takes not to show fear, because now I'm fully aware of what this fucker is capable of doing. I tried to play it off like I didn't know where his things were, so I could make an excuse to go upstairs and call the police. I'm not too sure where they are. Let me go take a peek in a few of the storage units upstairs. If you could just wait here in the lobby, I'll be just a moment. He didn't say a word, so I assumed he was fine with that. As I started walking up the stairs though, about halfway up I realized he was following behind me. It was at this moment I started to flip out internally. I had no idea what to do. I began to fake search through a few different closets. After about 10 minutes of this, he started to get very hostile. "Where is my shit? I need my things right now!" He slammed his fist through a wall to make his point. There was now enough distance between us, though, that I felt comfortable making a run for it. I fumbled with my master card and managed to lock myself in the closest vacant room. He banged on the door for a while, but left a short time later. The cops came about 20 minutes after this, but he was already long gone. Of course, they searched through his bags, only to find a stash of meth and drug paraphernalia. That explains the awful scent and his determination to follow my every step. I quit shortly after, and I'm still unsure if they ever actually found him. When I was a kid, I met a psychopath. Not an adult psycho, a kid the same age as me. He lived right next to me, and we lived out in the country. I still do now, actually. I've always loved living out here. So much freedom and peace and quiet. When I was a kid, exploring the farms nearby and down the old roads was the hip thing to do. When I first met this crazy little boy, I was around 10 years old. You could tell right away that he wasn't really all there. There was something wrong with him. Just when you were talking to him, you could tell there was something not quite right. I quickly learned how he really was when we went off to play one time. He would insist upon chasing chickens around, which was fine, I guess, but not really my idea of fun. I'd much rather build a treehouse or go exploring. Like I said though, I chased those chickens with this kid. But one time, when he actually caught the chicken, is when I realized I wanted nothing further to do with him. He just butchered it right in front of me. I was so shocked. He just grabbed a small hatchet and started hacking away at it. I acted like I was fine, but when I got home, I told my mom and dad what he did. They just told me to stay away from him from then on, and they would try to speak with his parents. From what I saw at the time, he had an alcoholic mother that paid very little attention to him. And his father, I had no idea. I wish I could say the story ends there, but yeah, it didn't. Unfortunately, I wound up hanging out with this kid quite a few more times. One of those times, my cousin had come over to spend the night. The next day, we were running and playing around when I think we found some rope in a barn. The old rope was about 5 feet long. We thought it would be fun to tie each other up in the barn. The kid that was tied up would try to escape from the binds, then commence with finding the other kids, a different version of hide-and-go-seek, if you will. I was tied up first. My cousin disappeared to hide, and very shortly after, the weird demented kid appeared in front of me. Thinking back on it now, I'm pretty sure he was spying on us and saw that I was alone and tied up. He came up to me with a very sinister smile on his face, like he knew he could do anything he wanted, and I was helpless. He walked up to me and knelt down to my face and whispered into my ear, "I'm gonna send you down to the fucking hellhole." I didn't say anything back to that because of how scared I was. He grabbed my face with both his hands and threw my head to the ground hard. It's silly, but I really felt like this kid was going to kill me. I told him that really hurt and to stop doing this. My cousin ran back in because of all the commotion, and that kid just acted like we were best of friends. He even asked if he could play with us. I told him no and to leave us alone. My cousin was very confused, but I told him later about what the kid had done. The last time I came into contact with him was weeks later. It was at the same barn. I was alone, just walking around exploring. I walked to the back of the barn, where there were very old metal bars laying around everywhere, as well as some old farming equipment. I saw some bright blue sneakers sticking out from behind an old tractor, and my curiosity led me to see what was happening behind it. When I got to the back, I was extremely startled to see the kid sitting on the ground surrounded by dead chickens next to him, smearing their blood all over his face like war paint. I said nothing and left in an instant. I really didn't have the desire to explore around my house anymore after. Thank God my mom and dad bought a new house far away from there, only months later. I have no idea what became of that kid in the end, but I'm sure he's locked away in a padded room somewhere. Every August, the county I lived in would throw a huge fair. There were games, rides, shows, and food, all that good stuff. They'd come around for about 2 weeks. Then they would take it all down, and I'd have to wait an entire year for them to come around again. I want to say this happened in 2008 or so. I know I was around 7 at the time, just tall enough to ride something I had wanted to go on for a long time. I convinced my mom to let my cousin Jared and I ride it. Jared was about 2 years older than I was. My mom trusted us to be safe, so we ran off to ride the ride. After we did so, Jared had to use the bathroom real bad. The fair only had porta potties though, so I had to just wait outside for him to finish. And that's when this random man just walked right up to me. He told me that I had to go with him right now. When I asked him why, he said my parents had called on him to come collect me. I know I should have run away or called out to Jared or something, but this guy said he knew my parents. It's an obvious lie looking back. He didn't even mention their names, but I thought surely if he knew my parents, then he wasn't a stranger. This guy grabbed my hand and started to take me out to his car. Now, to get to the parking lot of this fair, you had to walk a fairly long time, probably about 10 minutes. It's a huge field where they have the fair set up. I asked him where we were going. He told me they said they were going to McDonald's to get some food. The closest McDonald's was about an hour away, and I had just eaten not long before. I said I wasn't hungry, and I wanted to go see my mom instead. I started to try and walk away, but he grabbed my arm and started dragging me towards his truck. I froze. I knew this was a bad guy now, but I was in some sort of state of shock. I can't even remember if I tried to move or scream. All that really came out though was a strangled whisper. I remember crying without making a sound. We were right next to his truck now, and he was trying to force me into the back seat. That's when this young couple happened to see him. They must have seen me panicking and crying because the girl ran right up to me and grabbed me. She started screaming. The guy came over too. The bad man was already in his truck though. He ran over the other guy's foot as he sped away. That young couple saved my life that day. I have no idea what that guy would have done to me if he got me to go to where he was actually heading. I know for sure it wasn't McDonald's though. The couple walked me to the entrance as an announcement was made saying there was a missing child. My mom and Jared arrived shortly after. They were both crying. I remember running up to her bursting into tears before whispering why she'd asked that man to take me. She said she didn't know who tried to take me. We hugged and left after. We didn't go back to the fair again that year, or at all the next year either. My mom was paranoid the guy would still be there looking for children. I got over this fairly quickly though, and went on with my life. I only really remembered this because my girlfriend wanted to go on that same ride last year. Back in the summer of 2012 when I was 11 years old, I spent the night at my best friend Anna's house pretty frequently. She lived in a very wooded area, so her entire backyard could be considered a forest, and we very much loved playing in it. I practically never went inside when I was at her house because her entire backyard consisted of trees. There weren't many places to put things like a trampoline, for instance, back there, so they had to place it pretty far back in a small clearing. We were very naive kids and honestly believed nothing could happen to us in the woods. We were so sure of it that we played around in them at night as well. One particular night, we decided we would go play on her trampoline in the clearing. The trampoline itself was very old. Honestly, I was surprised it could still even hold people. It didn't have a net either. I hated that because I always feared I would go flying off one day and nothing would be there to catch me. All the same, we took off our shoes and climbed onto the trampoline. Something about jumping around in the dark was so exhilarating. I was having a blast, but as we continued to jump away, the atmosphere suddenly changed. I couldn't exactly tell what it was, but something about the woods seemed darker and more intimidating than before. My friend stopped jumping for a moment and completely froze, now staring off into a specific spot in the woods. I stopped looking too and followed her eyes to where she was looking. "There's a person," she whispered, pointing in that direction. My eyes widened and I tried to focus to get a better look for myself. Sure enough, I could just about make out a tall, shadowy figure of a man. It seems he'd noticed us observing him because he tried to hide himself behind one of the thick trees. He was still visible though, and it was absolutely terrifying. We stood there frozen, unable to yell or run. We just stared at him. He was a bit further back, but we could still see his movements. He slowly moved out from behind the tree. My eyes moved to his hand, and I could tell he was holding something. I had no idea what it was, but it made the entire situation even scarier. Our senses finally kicked in though. My friend pushed me to move, screaming for her mom. I flew off the trampoline, making one big leap before landing hard on the ground. For once, I was thankful there was not a net on there. I began to run, but looked back first. The man had begun to chase after us as well, and he was very fast. I screamed like I had never screamed before. We took off for her house. It felt like hours passed by before we reached her back porch. We threw ourselves into the living room. Actually, we were both laughing from hysteria, fear, and adrenaline. The feeling in my stomach was sickening. Her mother, after hearing what just happened, stomped onto the back porch and looked around the backyard. She couldn't see anything, but she yelled at them to get away while they still could. I'm happy to say we never saw that guy again. Of course, going around in the woods at night was never going to happen again either. I hope I'll never have another experience or encounter like that for as long as I live. Halloween 2015. That Halloween night started with myself and my buddy getting ready and putting on our costumes at my buddy's house. For the sake of privacy, I'll refer to him as Brad. Brad and I had been invited to a party by the girl he was dating. I was going dressed as a dead construction worker, while Brad was dressed up in his Maverick from Top Gun costume. We both looked pretty dumb, as we hadn't put very much effort into our costumes. He was just excited about seeing the girl he had just started dating, and I was equally excited to meet and flirt with some new girls that night. Once we were both ready to go, we headed out. Brad's new girl had sent us a text with the address attached. We GPS'd it, and Brad drove us both to the party. It was about 30 miles away, on the outskirts of our city out in the country. We drove down a very long, dark street with no street lamps, and eventually made it to the house. The house was at the end of a long driveway. When we pulled up, we saw a good number of cars and trucks parked out front. I'd say there were about 20 or so. We were both pretty psyched, as this party looked to be quite awesome. Music was blaring from inside the house. The outside was lit up with black lights and decorated with all sorts of Halloween stuff. Red light was pouring out of the windows from inside. This place was a 2-story too, so it was very nice. It was surrounded by acres of farmland, and there was not another house in sight. When we went inside, we found Brad's girl sitting on a couch in the living room, talking to 2 of her friends. We sat down and Brad's girl said hello. She came over to us, sitting next to Brad. She was dressed up as a vampire. The 2 people she had been talking to were wearing masks. One of them was a guy, and the other was clearly a girl. The girl was wearing a ghost face mask, and the guy was wearing just a mask with normal clothes on. His mask was one of those black blank face masks. We all talked for a while, with people rushing around us, dancing and getting hammered. The guy was really quiet though. He only spoke whenever somebody else spoke to him. I honestly thought he was a little bit weird and creepy. It didn't seem like he was having a good time either. We assumed that the 2 of them had come together, but we found out that the ghost-faced girl had come with 2 other girls. The guy said he had come with one of his friends, but apparently he couldn't find him now. After a couple hours of talking, laughing, and drinking, my vision was starting to get blurry. I was getting pretty damn drunk. Brad and his girl had long since gotten off the couch and walked off somewhere. The other 2 were still talking to each other on the couch right next to me. They seemed to be flirting and having a lot of fun at this point. I was just kind of people-watching, sipping on my 5th mixed drink of Jack and Coke. That was when I noticed the blank-faced guy kept leaning his head back. I'm pretty sure he was looking upstairs at the bedroom doors. I couldn't tell because with his mask I couldn't quite see his eyes. The ghost-faced girl didn't seem to notice this though. She was all over him, talking his ear off. At some point, I positioned one of the couch pillows behind my head and started to drift off to sleep. Going in and out of consciousness, I woke up for a moment completely and looked around the room. My head was spinning at this point. There were way less people walking around. I pulled out my phone and checked the time. 3:45 a.m. I slipped my phone back into my pocket and leaned my head back on the pillow. I was going to get some sleep again. I started to close my eyes, but right before I did so, I noticed that blank face guy leading the ghost face girl up the stairs. Her head was down. She looked like she was barely awake. He was helping her walk up the steps and they disappeared into the bedroom. Next thing I knew, Brad was shaking me and telling me he wanted to leave. I asked if he was cool to drive, and he assured me he was. I got to my feet. The room was spinning. It felt like I was going to puke right there. I managed to make it outside though. The sun had just gone up when we made it back to Brad's house. We both collapsed on his couches and passed out. Hours later, I awoke to Brad's sister, waking him up and questioning him. She asked if we had gone to that party out in the country. When we said yes, she was completely frantic. She told us somebody had been killed there last night. I became completely awake upon hearing this, and so did Brad. I sat there silent. Brad was asking who it was and what had happened to them. His sister said she didn't know the girl's name yet, but she had been found murdered in an upstairs bedroom. She had been stabbed to death. I thought to myself, there's no way. Sure enough, to my disbelief, later on that day, they showed us the girl that was killed. It was that very same ghost face girl from that night. She had been stabbed 36 times. The police questioned everybody who was at the party on Halloween, including Brad and I. Of course, I told them immediately about that suspicious guy who had brought her upstairs. That he was wearing blue jeans, a black t-shirt, and a black blank face mask. To my knowledge, though, they never found that guy. The person who hosted the party said she'd never invited that guy, nor did she see him there. So this happened to my family in early 2002, when my daughter was a baby. My wife and I moved into a new house right after our daughter was born. It was a nice place in the suburbs. I would rather not mention what city the house was in though. The house was relatively new and surrounded by other houses with the exact same design and layout. We were still getting used to our new life there, when one night we heard the baby crying on the baby monitor. We were watching a movie in the living room and paused it and went to the baby's room. The baby wanted her bottle. I stood in the doorway of the room while my wife tended to our newborn. I was smiling at the sight of this when suddenly my wife made a small sound of fear and surprise. She was looking out the window directly beside the crib. I walked over to her, but she didn't say anything. I looked outside in the direction she was looking and saw a woman that looked to be our age, standing in the middle of our lawn and looking up into the bedroom window. I went into protective mode and immediately walked out of the room towards the front door with the intention of confronting this woman. My wife shouted before I could even open the door though. "Oh my God, she ran away!" I ripped the door open and walked outside. I looked around the front of our house and walked a bit further into the street as well, looking in both directions. There was no sign of the woman at all. I decided to check the entire house to make sure this creepy lady truly had left. I walked the perimeter of our house and didn't find any trace of her. I came back inside to find my wife still holding the baby in our master bedroom. I told her I hadn't seen her. After a while of being creeped out and looking out all the windows to make sure she wasn't lingering around, we decided she was gone for good. We went to sleep. The next night though, we saw the woman again. This time my wife was in the shower and I was holding our baby in her bedroom. That was when I looked out the window and saw the woman standing in the same spot on our lawn, peering into the bedroom window at me holding the baby. I looked at her for the longest time and didn't move. She didn't move either. My wife eventually walked into the room with a towel in her hair and approached me from behind, giving me a hug. I whispered to her, "She's back. Look at that crazy bitch, just standing there looking at me." My wife got incredibly creeped out at this point and insisted we call the police. I was going to, but I felt I wanted to confront her again, so I walked out the room and opened up the front door. It was only about 10 feet away from the baby's room. I walked outside. This time, though, the woman was still there. She turned to look at me. I walked out onto our front lawn, about 20 feet away from her. "What the fuck are you doing here? If you don't leave right now, I'm calling the cops, and if I ever see you around here again, I'll call them immediately." The woman just smiled at me, then opened her mouth wide and let out a nightmare-inducing scream, as if she was in horrendous pain. I knew right away there was something wrong with this woman, wrong in her head. She turned around and ran away. This was terrifying. I realized she was barefoot. She ran away like a little kid would, arms flailing about in the air. I went inside to see my wife was already holding the phone. I agreed with her that we should call anyways. We did so, and a couple of police officers came by the house a short while later. They said there was nothing they could really do except drive around the neighborhood a few times and keep an eye out for her. They said they would call us if they saw her. About 20 minutes after they'd left, they called and said they hadn't seen anyone fitting her description. We were disappointed, but eventually we went to sleep after taking turns looking out the windows for hours. I had assumed the woman had taken the hint. A month had passed by with no sign of her. Then one night, though, when my wife and I were in bed, I heard a noise and woke up. I glanced over at the alarm clock, only to see it was 3:48 a.m. I listened for the noise to continue and heard giggling coming from the baby monitor. I sat up in bed, my heart stopped, and I flew out of the room into my baby's room to see nothing but my baby sound asleep. My wife followed me in. I was very confused for a moment and thought I hadn't actually heard anything. Maybe it was just a nightmare. My wife asked me what was wrong, and I didn't respond for a few moments, then finally said, "Nothing. I thought I heard something." We both sighed and walked back to our room. My wife went into the room first, and upon entering screamed, then threw herself back toward me. I gasped and almost fell backwards onto the floor from the impact. My wife started repeating over and over, "Oh my God, oh my God." My heart was pounding as I asked her what was wrong. I forced my way past her and walked into my bedroom. The woman was sitting Indian style on our bed. I backed up out of the room and slammed the door. My wife ran and took our baby from her crib. The three of us went outside. As I was closing the front door, once we had walked out, I heard our master bedroom door open. Neither of us had our cell phones on us, so we ran to our neighbor's house and frantically started knocking on their front door. They answered very quickly and asked what was the matter. We explained what was happening, and they ushered us inside and called the police. The cops showed up minutes later. They went inside our home, and the woman was still there this time. They said they'd found her upstairs, sitting in the middle of the hallway in the dark. This happened at my house when I was about 11 years old. This one day, I believe I was playing video games when I heard a knock at the door. My parents were in their room chatting, so I ran to the door and looked out through the window next to it to see who was there. To my surprise, it was a police officer. I thought that was kind of cool, not realizing something could be wrong here. I opened the door. We had a metal screen that was locked in front of it though. The police officer knelt down to talk to me. "Hi there, are your parents home?" I told him yes, to which he responded, "Are you sure? There aren't any cars in the driveway or out front. Can you open the screen so I can talk to you?" I responded to him, "Oh, yeah, they're here. Their cars are just parked in the garage." I then yelled out to my dad. My dad asked what was wrong, and I walked over to their bedroom door. I told them a policeman was at the door. My dad looked concerned. He got up and walked over to the front door. The policeman was now gone though. My dad looked at me confused. I told him a cop really had been at the door though. He unlocked the metal screen and walked outside. I stayed in the house as my dad walked back in a few seconds later. "What did he say? Are you sure that guy was a cop?" I responded, "Yeah, he was wearing the outfit. He asked if you and Mom were here." My dad shrugged and said it was quite weird. He didn't say anything else. My mom asked if he said something was wrong. I shook my head no. I went to the couch and resumed my video game. A few days later, though, another police officer came to our house. This time, my dad answered. Hello, sir. Sorry to bother you, but we had some calls from people on this street. They said a man came to their door dressed as an officer. Did he by any chance come to your house as well?" My dad told them what happened a few days previously. Then, the cops hit my dad with a bombshell. The man was not a cop at all, obviously. In fact, he was a man pretending to be one, trying to locate children who were home alone specifically. A few years ago, I was leaving my grad school office late at night, around 10 p.m. to catch the bus home. I walked from the university campus through relatively busy streets to the main road in my area of the city, 109th Street in Edmonton. I was waiting for the bus at a shelter as it was in the middle of winter, snowing and a bit cold out. The buses ran by about every 15 minutes, so I wasn't too worried or nervous. I was just patiently waiting to get home. I was listening to some music on my headphones when I noticed a guy walk up to the shelter. I looked at him briefly and did that little Canadian half smile of acknowledgement, then went back to listening to my music and browsing on Reddit. A few minutes passed by, and I could hear him saying something to me. Well, I assumed it was me, because there was no one else around. I looked up, only to find the man staring right at me and smiling a bit oddly. He was clearly speaking to me, even though I obviously couldn't hear him. I took out my headphones and said, "Excuse me?" He kept smiling and blathering on, asking me about my day, the weather, what I like to do, etc. I don't know what it is about me, but I'm a perennial people pleaser. I don't like confrontation, and my main aim in life seems to be to keep the peace, so I answered a few of his questions as politely and vaguely as I could. I had one earbud still in my ear. The man just kept blabbering on, and I just sort of nodded my head politely. He went on for about 10 minutes, and I just had this sinking feeling in my stomach about this guy. Something was off about him. It was enough to make me very nervous. After about 10 minutes, I could see the bus rolling up now, which was a huge relief to me. No one else had arrived at the bus stop the entire time. I could see at least 10 to 15 people on the bus already, which was great news for me. I jumped on the bus and sat near the front. The guy sat right across from me, apparently so he could keep talking to me. I originally intended to head down to my house to the west of the street that I was on, but after this guy decided to be my personal parrot, I decided to say screw it. I was going to my boyfriend's house instead now, directly to the east of the street I was on. I was getting a very uncomfortable feeling from this guy still, so I decided to push the stop button early to see what the guy would do. The bus came to a stop at my request, and the guy stood up immediately. I didn't move at all. "Isn't this your stop too?" he asked me. I said, "Whoops, I must have hit the wrong button." He looked at me and snarled for a second, before saying, "Oh, that's funny, I got mixed up too. This isn't my stop either." He then sat back down at that point. I was pretty freaked out now. I hit the stop button for the next stop as well. Only this time, I'd texted my boyfriend to come out and meet me. I got up to leave the bus once it stopped, and the creepy dude followed close behind. I crossed the road, He was still trying to talk away at me and asking me a bunch of questions. Once I got to the other side, I told him I had to go and that my boyfriend was meeting up with me. He instantly got an angry look at the idea of a boyfriend and tried to follow me more. I stopped and told him I was going to be walking alone from here on out. He asked me if he could have my number. I panicked and froze for a moment. I decided to give him my number almost, except with the last 4 digits scrambled around. I read it off to him and said goodnight. I started moving quickly away. I'd only made it about 20 steps or so, though, before I could hear someone jogging after me. "Hey, I think there was a mix-up. I just tried calling that number and it wasn't you." He jogged up right next to me, giving me a sinister smile. "Oh, how weird," I said, grabbing my phone. I pretended to check it for a mixed call and quickly texted my boyfriend once again. I told him I was terrified and he needed to get here right now. "So, what's your real number?" the guy asked. I honestly don't know what I would have done if I had to be there any longer. I think I probably would have just given him my real number. I just had no idea what to do. It was cold, it was winter, and it was extremely dark in this little residential neighborhood I had entered. I knew there was no way I could outrun the guy. Luckily for me, though, that was when my boyfriend came running up to us. He's 6'3" and somewhat imposing. I turned to the guy and said to have a good night and jogged up to my boyfriend. I launched myself at him and didn't look back at the creepy dude at all. I did tell my boyfriend, though, to make sure all the doors were locked and the windows were closed before going to bed that night. I have a story I'd like to tell you all. This happened when I was 18, about 16 years ago. I was living with my parents in their nice house in Colorado. It was getting late one night, around 11:30 or so. I was on the phone with my girlfriend and had decided to go up to my room and switch phones, using the one that was in my room instead, so I wouldn't bother my parents too much. I assumed they were in bed now. Voices downstairs echoed upwards easily, and I had gotten in trouble for it a few times before. I told my girlfriend to hang on, and I was going to put the phone down for a minute while I went upstairs to turn on my phone. I set the phone down on the counter, right next to where it hangs up on the wall. I quickly ran upstairs and into my bedroom. My room was very cold, as I had left the window open. I slammed my window shut and picked up the phone next to my bed. "Alright, babe, hold on one sec. I'm gonna go downstairs real fast and hang up the living room phone." I set the phone down on my bed and ran downstairs. I reached the last step, turned left, and stopped. The phone was now hung up on the wall. I stood there for about 30 seconds, bewildered and a bit creeped out and confused. Maybe my parents had come down and hung it up for me. Except I didn't think that was possible. Surely I would have heard them, and I was only upstairs for about 30 seconds or so. I walked over to the phone, then turned around, looking around the living room and into the kitchen. There was no sign of anybody else, though. Nobody else was in my house that night. I convinced myself I must have hung it up before I went upstairs. But then I thought about it a bit more. That wasn't possible. Then I would have hung up on my girlfriend as well. I walked into the dining room and nobody was there still. I walked back upstairs and over to my parents' door and pressed my ear against it. I could hear my dad snoring inside. Well, what the hell? I walked into my bedroom and almost had a heart attack when I saw my bedroom phone was now hung up as well. I turned around to the dark hallway. There was nobody there. I ran downstairs and to my horror, I saw the phone was gone altogether. I got goosebumps all over my body. My heart was now pounding out of my chest. I ran back upstairs and into my room. I ripped open my closet, but nobody was there. I walked over to my phone and picked it up. As soon as I did, I heard somebody on the other line. "I came in through your bedroom window, you know." I almost dropped the phone in fright. I thought, what the fuck? That's not possible. My bedroom is on the second story. I turned around again, expecting to see someone, but nobody was there. I opened my window and looked outside. I saw a large extension ladder there, leaning against my house just below the bottom of my window. I dropped the phone on the ground and ran to my parents' room. I slammed against their door with my fists and yelled for them to open the door. There was somebody in the house. My mom opened up with a confused and terrified look on her face. I went into their room, with my dad now sitting up in bed. I locked the bedroom door and repeated myself, "There's someone here and they have the phone. They just said something to me over the line." My mom ran to my dad's side of the bed and grabbed his work cell phone that was still in his jeans pocket. She called the police, and they were at our front door knocking about 15 minutes later. They searched the house and found no one. They did find the living room phone, though. It was lying in the middle of the grass in our backyard. Call centers can be a weird place to work at. You talk to people from all over the country, and even sometimes all over the world. Most people are a little more, frustrating than anything. The same questions every single day will eventually drive you a little bit batty. I only wish those calls were the worst ones I've ever gotten, though. I got the job as a customer service rep for a cable company just after I finished college. The hours really sucked too. 3 in the afternoon all the way until midnight. But the money was pretty good, and there were some medical benefits as well. It wasn't too great, but with loans to pay back, I took the first full-time job that came along. While some people need help with their cable after 10 p.m., there aren't that many of them, as you can imagine. 5 days a week, I was stuck at my desk taking calls from old men having trouble accessing skin flicks until midnight. Most of the night, though, was spent gossiping with another late-night employee. The calls never stopped for too long. It was the middle of spring when I got the first weird call. At first, this guy just sounded like your regular old confused customer, having trouble accessing some of the more mature channels. A little heavy breathing and a little stuttering, the usual. I was about to give him the usual spiel about turning off the parental locks when he cut me off. Have you ever wondered what human flesh tastes like? He muttered through these deep, excited breaths. Now that was far from the first prank I'd ever gotten. My immediate response was to hang up and mutter to my coworker about these annoying pricks on the other end. I shoved that memory of that call out of my head for a solid week or so. We got all manner of calls, so one stupid one wasn't enough to faze me. Late on a Friday night, though, just before midnight or so, a familiar breath entered my ears as I picked up the line. "Have you ever wondered what human flesh tastes like?" he asked. I do all the... I ended the call before he could finish what he was saying. Just my luck to get this creep calling in a second time. I asked my coworker if he'd ever gotten a call like that before, but he only shrugged and said it wasn't anything that was normal. I hoped that not engaging with this creep would be enough to get him to give up. 2 times wasn't much to be concerned with anyway. By the 3rd call, though, it was starting to get more personal. I hate how well I remember it. The weirdest thing about this 3rd call was how normal it started. It was a completely normal-sounding man on the other end, asking about our company and how long we'd been in business, what city the company was based out of, and the cost of our regular plans. It was nothing out of the ordinary. Then, though, he whispered into the phone line, "I want to know what the flesh of a pretty young girl tastes like." My mind reeled as I ended the call as quickly as possible. For a prank caller, this guy was getting pretty tricky, and he was real dedicated too. I was almost starting to worry at that point. but then again, I didn't hear from him again for a while. I thought he must have given up the ghost or gotten bored or whatever. I didn't really care. I just wanted him to stop calling me. I wasn't going to be complaining when they did stop for an entire month. I was in the clear, and I even started to forget that strange caller and his creepy desires. I was over it, and had gone back to being generally annoyed by the other regular customers. I should have known better, though. A call came in one night, at nearly 1:45. It didn't even go to me, though. My coworker, the only other person working at the time, picked up the call. "Hey," he called to me. "This guy on the line's asking for you?" I told him to pass the call over to me and I'd handle it. It wasn't the first time someone had dealt with me previously and wanted to continue with the same representative. I didn't really think anything of it. "Hello, how can I help you this evening?" I mindlessly asked into the phone. "I want to know what your flesh tastes like." The familiar voice breathed in my ear. "I want to savor it on my tongue." "Leave me alone," I screamed into the phone. To my horror, the phantom voice laughed at my fury. He laughed and laughed until I ripped the headset off my head and stormed away from my miniature cubicle, tapping my finger hard against the end call button as I left. Maybe it was because he'd finally gotten a reaction out of me, or maybe because he was getting worse, but the calls ramped up to at least once a day now. I did everything I could to get him to leave me alone after that. I told my supervisors, I switched my shifts at the company. I even called the police. Somehow, they were unable to trace the call. At least they tried, though. The mystery caller kept calling 2, 3, sometimes even 4 times a day now. Each time telling me how much he desired to taste human flesh, often mentioning my flesh in particular. He mentioned other people he wanted to eat too, but it was always that he wanted to eat another human being. After a month of that, I quit. No 2 weeks notice, no offers to try and stick it out. I went to sit down at my desk one morning and realized I just couldn't bring myself to put my headset on. I couldn't handle this anymore. I got up and went to my boss and told him I was done. To my surprise, no one really judged me for it either. I probably stuck it out longer than they expected. I left with a glowing letter of recommendation and mumbled words of apology that they couldn't do more for me. I spent a lot of time hiding out in my bedroom after I left the call center. After a couple of weeks without getting any weird phone calls or having to talk to anyone really, I started to go out again. Life started getting back to normal and I stopped thinking about that weird caller. While I hadn't forgotten about the terrible calls, I was able to push them out of my head for the most part. I even lined up a job interview that I was supposed to go to yesterday. The job was nothing special, but it was a huge step for me. I was all set to go for that interview. My suit was ironed, my hair was all styled. I felt better than I had in months. I even found myself smiling while I was waiting for the bus to come pick me up. That's when I heard it. Somebody leaned in and whispered in my ear as their breath washed over me. "I know what the flesh tastes like now. I like it." I spun around hard as panic came over me, my eyes scanning the group of people moving toward the bus, but no one stood out from the crowd in particular. My mysterious caller had somehow found me in real life. Worse, it seemed he'd gone through with his sick, twisted fantasy. I didn't get on the bus. How could I? That guy was on there, and he knew who I was. But I didn't know him. I skipped my interview and went right back to my bedroom. At least it was safe in there. Now though, my cell phone always keeps ringing non-stop. I don't answer it if I don't know the number, no matter how long it rings for. It's just safer to let it ring away. I grew up in rural Michigan and rode the bus to school every morning. We lived in a house at the bottom of a hill on a country road. My bus stop, however, was at the very top of the hill after you passed by my house. The story I'm about to tell you happened when I was 7 or 8 years old. I woke up one morning and got ready for school like I usually did. My bus picked me up around 7 a.m., right when the sun was starting to come up. There were still spots of darkness deep in the woods though. I was the only kid who was picked up at my bus stop, so I would stand at the edge of the woods and wait till the bus came to get me. My mom or dad would have to drop me off about 5 minutes before the bus came and hightail it to work in order to make it there by 8 o'clock. It's not that they felt completely comfortable doing this, but they didn't have that many options at the time. We lived in a safe area anyway, or so we thought at least. The bus arrived on time 99% of the time, so they weren't too worried anything would happen to me in the 5 minutes I was left alone. So I'm standing there in the cold as usual, waiting for the bus to come along, watching the sun rise slowly in the sky. It was still a little dark out like I said before, and not yet bright enough for me to see what was going on in the woods around me. I saw the lights of the bus coming in the distance on time as usual. When it came to a stop right in front of me, my bus driver, Miss Teresa, opened the door and said good morning. She gestured for me to hop on. I walked to my seat, put my stuff down, and then I noticed that the bus was not moving yet. Miss Teresa still had the door ajar. She just sat there leaning slightly out of her seat, staring into the woods for a good minute or so before we were off on our way. We made our way to school after picking up a few more kids. After arriving there, Miss Teresa escorted us in, which is something she had never done before. I remember seeing her slip into the office as well and begin talking to one of the secretaries in a hushed tone. I went through my regular school day and was picked up by my dad afterwards. When he picked me up this time though, instead of being normal, he started asking me all kinds of questions. Did the bus pick you up okay this morning? Did any cars stop in front of you or blow their horn at you as you waited? Strange questions that he had never asked me before. The next morning, my parents didn't take me to the bus stop either. Instead, my mom dropped me off directly at school before going to work at a later time. This continued, with an alternating drop-off by either my mom or dad for the remainder of the school year. At the same time, I noticed they changed where my bus stop was as well. Years later, I found out why this had all happened. Miss Teresa had picked me up that morning, only to see a man standing in the woods right behind where I was. She alerted the school secretary, who alerted the transportation office for the school district. The police then investigated as well. They found some items wrapped up in a t-shirt back in the woods, a hunting knife, a rope, some rags or washcloth, and some tape as well. The police obviously never found out who that belonged to, but the bus driver, my parents, and the police felt certain that whoever it did belong to had the worst intentions for me in particular. I think about this often and wonder what would have happened to me had my bus driver been just a few minutes late, or had she not noticed the man standing in the woods after I boarded the bus. Because of that incident, the school district changed my bus stop to be located right in front of my house. That way I could just stay in my house until the bus pulled up. No more standing in front of the woods for me. I resumed riding the bus the next school year, and everything went perfectly fine after. Okay, so this happened to me about 7 years ago, when I first started high school. The school was about a 10-minute walk away from my little brother's school, so every day I would walk there to meet up with him. It's a pretty safe walk along the main road, with lots of light and cars as well. Usually there are not many people out and about though. Occasionally you'd find other school children or some joggers perhaps, some old people walking to their apartments or something, and of course people waiting at the bus stop. The bus stop was halfway between my school and my brother's. There were only ever about 2 people waiting there. One afternoon, I was walking there to meet my brother. That day, I'd left my headphones at home, so I couldn't listen to my music while walking, which is what I would normally do. That meant I was just walking and enjoying the sun shining down on me. When I reached the bus stop, though, I noticed an old man sitting on the bench waiting for the bus. I passed him by and didn't think very much of him. He seemed to be completely harmless. I would say this guy had to be between 60 to 65 years old, pretty short and obviously not very fit either. As soon as I walked past him, though, I heard him get up immediately. I didn't see the bus coming. Maybe he was getting up to check the timetable, but of course not. I turned my head to check, and the man was about 5 steps behind me, with his eyes glued onto my back. I started to speed walk, and I heard him speeding up too. I looked behind me, and sure enough, he was speed walking as well. I was scared that he wouldn't blink or take his eyes off me, and now, whenever I peeked back to look behind me, he was giving me this creepy, devilish grin. There was no one else around. I was about 200 meters away from my brother's school. I decided to book it and look behind me once again. The old guy was now running after me. I couldn't believe it. He was way faster than I'd been expecting from his appearance. I looked back every time, only to see him staring and smiling. I was almost in tears. I was so scared that I wasn't going to make it. Now, I know what you might be thinking. A young teenage girl could easily outrun a man in his 60s. But with a heavy school bag and a tired knee from gymnastics, I was about as equipped to run as he was. By this point, I could see my brother's school coming up though, and some kids leaving as well. I was kind of relieved, and thought the man would ease up and notice other people were around. But no. What does this guy do? He starts yelling to people around that his granddaughter was running away from him and to grab her because she was in trouble, all the while giving me this evil grin. I kept running. I came upon the massive road. I didn't want to get hit by a car, so I moved out of the way slightly. This allowed the guy to get close enough to grab my bag. He told me to stop being such a little bitch and that he was going to win and take me away no matter what. I screamed and continued running for my life, not caring about the cars that might hit me. I slipped out of his grasp and got to my brother's school. I looked back to see the guy jogging towards me still. I ran into the main building and told the receptionist what was happening. She looked outside, where the man was waiting at the school gate, moving his head around as if he was trying to spot someone. I told her that was the man. She then told me to wait with her while she called police. The man walked away after about 10 minutes, but the police easily caught him. We found out he had been offering candy to kids from my brother's school and trying to get them to come home with him in the afternoons. After that, I walked on the other side of the road from then on, avoiding the bus stop altogether, and also avoiding anyone I would pass by. In the year 1972, my youngest sister and I were forced to move from our home in Norway to go live in the UK. My mother had just married an Englishman, you see, who had 4 children of his own. They were expecting another one as well. It was a miserable time for me because I was 6 years old. I'd not yet begun school in Norway, so consequently, I spoke no English at all. I had also been forced to leave behind my father and beloved grandparents. My own mother was more interested in her new husband than any of her children. My childhood was the unhappiest time of my life because of this, and this was only exasperated by the experiences in the manor house in which we moved to. The old manor house was situated in a seaside town. From the outside, it was the picture postcard of the British countryside, a large lawn surrounding the driveway, leading to a house, a glass greenhouse, stables around the back, and horses in the paddock as well. Behind this facade, though, we experienced such horrors that some I still struggle to talk about to this day. Us children all experienced paranormal activity, particularly at night, and it left us exhausted. Unfortunately, our parents were not particularly concerned with any of this, and often just shut us out. All we had were each other, and it was terrifying. You dreaded the sleep and the activity that would come with it. I would sleep with my dog and cat on the bed, but even they could not bring me enough comfort. One night, when I was around 9 years old, I was awoken by my dog standing near the bedroom window, growling at the outside. My cat was standing with her back arched and fur standing on end. She was hissing loudly as well. All of a sudden, my dog whimpered, and then suddenly there was this dead silence. The room turned very cold, and it was almost like darkness seemed to engulf us. I got out of my bed shaking in fear and crept toward my bedroom window. My dog was now crouching and had pinned his head down to the floorboards. They creaked under my weight. As I reached the blackout curtains, I peeked out to see if there was an animal in the front yard or something. I didn't see anything out there, though. I craned my neck and looked beyond the greenhouse as well. Again, there was nothing. I took a step back and went to draw the curtain, but then everything happened all at once. The dog started barking ferociously and frothing at the mouth. My bedroom door swung open and slammed hard against the wall. My posters blew off the walls. I turned back to the window and saw the face of a man smiling menacingly at me. Terrified, I spun around, expecting to see someone standing right behind me. When I did, though, there was no one there. I turned back to the window, and it was all gone. All that was left was a foggy imprint on the outside of the window, as if someone had just had their face pressed up against it, like they had been looking into my room. Only I was on the second floor. No one could have reached that far, at least not without a ladder. Since that day, I never forgot that face, but the activity continued further as well. I would wake up nearly every morning with my posters littered all over the floor and would spend the first part of my day pinning them back up. It was relentless. My parents never believed me, though. After months of torment, I refused to leave my mother's bed at night. It was then when my stepfather was forced to sleep in my bedroom for a single night. Only after he experienced things for himself did he really believe me. When he woke up in the morning, all of my things were laying skewed on top of him. Despite all of this, there was one thing that did bring me comfort in my miserable childhood. I always missed my family in Norway dearly and cried myself to sleep most nights. One night, though, I felt a light touch brush beside my hair from my face. This simple, intimate action brought me so much comfort. I opened my eyes and saw an older woman sitting beside me. She had gray hair swept back into a tight bun. Reflecting on the clothes that she wore, I suspect she was once a maid or the head of the house or something. After all, this was a very old, large manor house. This person would visit me often and always brought this feeling of familiarity and comfort. Although I knew she wasn't alive like you or I did feel she kept me safe from that other ghost I saw in my window. I was not the only child in that house to have a paranormal experience either. My younger sister Ella shared a room with our stepsister Mary, and she would awaken nightly with fits of terror and sweat. She would often come into my room and curl up in my bed, frightened beside me. I only had a small single bed though, and it became too much to have her in my bed with me with all the pets. One night, when the usual routine of night terrors and her crawling into my bed had occurred, I told her to go to our mother's bed instead, insisting I would take her there. I held her hand and we left my room. We went to the landing my mother and stepfather's room was at the very end of. Right next to it, there was a very large Victorian mirror. We could see our reflections as we crept along the corridor and were careful not to wake up our sleeping siblings. Suddenly, we stopped frozen. I looked down at my sister and tried to talk to her, but she was unresponsive. She stared ahead at the mirror. My heart sank and I became overwhelmed with a feeling of dread. I slowly looked up in the mirror, only to see a figure coming towards us. We bolted back to my room and hid under the blankets. We heard the squeak of something passing us by. We didn't stop hiding or dare to look out. We stayed there until morning. I will never forget these events that happened to us. This happened when I was about 12 years old in Kansas. I was sitting in my bedroom playing some Halo. My parents were both out running errands, and my sister was at work. This meant I was home alone with my 2 dogs, a little terrier and a bison frise. Not exactly attack dog breeds, more like early warning systems at best. I had been home alone before and it wasn't really a big deal. We lived in a pretty safe part of town that never had any problems, other than one time where people sprayed some graffiti on some public park equipment. Anyway, I was kicking back in my chair, Doritos in one hand, controller in the other, really embracing that full gamer mode, when I heard the very distinct sound of a door opening and closing, like someone had just come in. The room I was in faced in such a way where I could not see the door from where I was. My dogs got up and ran into the living room, so I just assumed my parents must have come home. I shouted to my mom to confirm this, only to hear no response. The dogs also were not barking like they normally did when someone got home. I thought that was kind of weird, so I paused my game and walked out into the living room. Nothing. I felt the hairs on the back of my neck stand up. I had just heard someone come inside clear as day. I was not wearing headphones and I had the TV turned down too, so I knew it hadn't been in the game. I immediately went to my parents' closet and grabbed our shotgun, like a good Midwestern boy tends to do. The only problem was that I didn't know where my dad kept the shells. My plan was to fake it and hope they didn't have a gun of their own. Yeah, it's a pretty stupid plan, but I wasn't exactly the brightest kid back then. At this point, doubt started to kick in. Had I actually heard the door? Maybe it was really in the game after all. Why would the dogs jump up like that though if it was? I walked back into the living room, unloaded shotgun pointing right in front of me. I tried to call my dad. He didn't pick up. I tried to call my mom and she didn't either. I tried to call 2 of my best friends only to have no response. My little boy mind immediately jumped to, holy fuck, they're all dead, for some reason. For the first time in my life, I dialed 911. The operator picked up, and I explained the situation with tears in my eyes from the fear. She told me to stay calm, and that the police were on their way. The difficult part of staying calm, though, was that there was a hallway right by my front door. I knew in my heart of hearts there must be someone hiding in that hallway about to jump out and really fuck me up. My 2 dogs were right beside me, also staring towards that hallway. I stood there rooted on the spot for what felt like hours. It was actually only a few minutes though. Thankfully, my parents then opened the door. "What are you doing?" I explained to my father the situation we were currently in, and he grabbed his pistol from the front room. Honestly, I hadn't even known that was there. We went hunting with our guns. I always thought it would be cool to go around clearing rooms like a SWAT team, but I was about to shit myself every time we opened a door. We didn't find anything in the end. The police arrived shortly after and told us this had been happening over the past few weeks. People wait until the homeowners leave, check the door, and if it's unlocked, they go in and take some valuables. They said whoever it was probably left when they heard that someone was home. That never quite sat right with me though, because I only ever heard the door open and close a single time. Ever since this happened, I triple check every door and window lock whenever I'm home alone.